Excellences, distingués délégués, bienvenue à cette quatrième conférence ministérielle sur le transport. Et comme c'est la première fois que cette conférence se tient virtuellement, j'aimerais vous expliquer que le secrétariat a fait de son mieux pour que la session se déroule sans anicroche. Cela se fait par plateforme Kudo. Et une fois que vous demandez la parole, ce n'est qu'une fois que vous l'ayez demandé que l'on accepte que vous pourrez prendre la parole. Nous avons aussi des participants qui participent ou qui assistent par YouTube.
Proceedings is provided by the United Nations in Chinese, English, French, and Russian for the purpose of facilitating communication in light of the fact that there are 6 official languages of the United Nations, 4 of which are used at ESCAP. Participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing, or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and or data loss. Thank you for your attention on these matters. It is now my honor to invite Mr. Weimin Ren, Director of the ESCAP Transport Division and the Secretary of the Conference, to call the session to order.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a warm welcome to the 4th session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport of ESCAP. It's a pleasure to be with you. To open the session, please join me in welcoming Ms. Amida Sasia Alice Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and His Excellency Mr. Chang Yang Tan, Prom Song, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport, Thailand. Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, and thank you, Ms. Prom Song, for your presence here today. Without further ado, I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Amida Alice Jabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her opening statement. Ibu Amida, you have the floor.
Excellency, Mr. Jayatan Promson, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transport of Thailand, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the senior official segment of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport. In December 2016, the Regional Action Program adopted by the 3rd Ministerial Conference on Transport set Asia and the Pacific on a course towards sustainable transport development for 2017 to 2021. As this 5-year plan comes to completion, we see that the region's transport systems and logistics have shown notable progress. However, our region has also experienced significant changes because of the unprecedented global health crisis, which has transformed how we live, do business, and travel. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected transport connectivity and supply chains and exposed their weaknesses, such as inadequate resilience of infrastructure, weak operational connectivity, insufficient digitalization and application of new technologies, high environment footprints, and a rising number of road deaths and injuries, just to name a few. Countries in special situations which already suffered from lower levels of connectivity before the crisis have been affected the most, further widening regional transport connectivity gaps. Our member states have made great efforts to preserve transport connectivity during the pandemic and demonstrated great adaptability, but there's still much to be done. Excellencies, stronger and concerted efforts are needed to build back better and more sustainably from this crisis. We are at a juncture where we should accelerate meaningful change in transport systems and logistics to address deep-rooted social, economic, and environmental challenges and enhance resilience to future crises. The new Regional Action Program for 2022-2026 that will be presented for adoption during this conference offers a new roadmap for a transport system needed to address regional challenges and ensure full implementation of the 2030 Agenda. In transport infrastructure development and operational connectivity, the Asian Highway, Trans-Asian Railway, and dry ports networks are increasingly integrated with interregional transport corridors, port, and shipping links. Moving forward, they can be further leveraged to promote infrastructure and operational connectivity reforms in support of a seamless, integrated web of multimodal transport connections underpinning the regional and global economy. One of the most notable lessons from the current crisis includes the need for greater digitalization, innovation, and use of smart transport and contactless solutions to enhance the resilience and sustainability of transport system and logistics. Furthermore, the well-documented environmental impact of the transport sector points to the need for rapid decarbonization of the regional transport networks and related operations, including through more balanced and sustainable freight modal split and greater use of railways. The outbreak of COVID-19 also had a profound impact on urban transport, accessibility, and mobility. These challenges provide new momentum to transport in city planners to rethink their approach to mobility, including through transition to electric mobility in public transport. To support these efforts, ESCAP last month unveiled at the Climate Change Conference in Glasgow plans for an Asia-Pacific initiative on electric mobility. The General Assembly has proclaimed 2021 to 2030 as the second decade of action for road safety, with a goal of cutting by half road traffic deaths and injuries. In response, ESCAP is preparing an Asia-Pacific Regional Plan of Action in support of this initiative. Stronger efforts are needed to eliminate gender gaps and inequalities in terms of access to transport and related opportunities to address the social dimensions of social development, of sustainable development. Even though the transport sector, which is instrumental to attaining the SDGs, took a significant hit during the pandemic, countries demonstrated an ability to move and adapt swiftly to maintain functionality and resilience. The opportunities are riper than ever to take bold new steps towards low carbon and inclusive development. A new regional action program can prove to be pivotal in addressing the region's lagging performance and enhancing resilience to future crises. I'm pleased to see the interest and participation of ESCAP members, associate members, and permanent observers, as well as partners and organizations at this year's Ministerial Conference. This is a testament to the important contribution that the outcomes of this conference can make to achieving sustainability. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and look forward to supporting the implementation of this important new regional action program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Chayatam Promsong, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport, Thailand, to deliver his opening statement. So, Mr. Promsong, you have the floor.
Excellencies, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Madame Amira Sanseer Alisja Bana, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, let me begin by extending a warm welcome to the distinguished delegates participating in this senior official segment of the fourth session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport. It's indeed a pleasure and honor for me to be here this morning. I would also like to express my appreciation to Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP for setting the tone for deliberation in her opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, during the past 2 years, we have witnessed unprecedented disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our region has faced significant challenges, and our collective efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development have faced strong headwinds. Transport sector makes a major contribution to the achievement of a number of sustainable development goals. Thus, it's very important that the sector, though being one of the hardest hit by the pandemic, regain this momentum in advancing toward sustainable transport development. In Thailand, importance is given increasingly to ensure the transport sector that is efficient, green and safe, and also inclusive, along with the utilization of innovation and more efficient management techniques. This holistic approach has been adopted through the 20 years Thailand Transport System Development Strategy from 2018 to 2037 under the Climate Change Master Plan 2015 until 2050. To promote the efficiency and connectivity, Thailand has been adopting multimodal transport concept and promoting transport infrastructure integration. The expansion of double-track meter gauge railway system to link between major cities and centers of industrial and agricultural production hub. The expansion of Maptaput and Lam Chabang deep sea ports, and the development of additional inland container depots and broader logistic park across the country are among ongoing initiatives to facilitate modal ship and intermodal transport and increase efficiency of the national logistics sector. Furthermore, new initiatives such as the MR map, which is the motorway and rail map, is being planned to integrate motorway and double-track meter gauge railway system to better connect to ASEAN community, and the construction of the land bridge between the Gulf of Siam and Andaman Sea to provide time and cost-saving transport option to international trade. To promote green transport, the use of alternative fuel, CNG and electric vehicles, public buses, and the use of public transport are being intensified to ensure the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission by 20% within the year 2030. To promote safe and inclusive transport, the government plans to expand, improve, and integrate public transport by completing a network of approximately 550 kilometers mass rapid transit system in Bangkok. Consists of the commuter lines, airport rail link, mass rapid transit lines, and the feeder line by the year 2030. Universal design for all modes of transport, infrastructure, vehicles, and facilities to ensure universal accessibility for the elderly, disability, and children will be taken into account while developing this all network. Thailand is also implementing various measures to improve road safety by installing newly invented rubber fender barriers and the rubber guideposts to provide safer roads throughout the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Thailand has long attached importance to the work of the ESCAP Secretariat in intergovernmental consensus building and norm setting, strengthening the institution capability of member countries in the transport sector, as well as in promoting the sharing of knowledge and experiences in this very important sector. Thailand stands fully committed to extend cooperation and to work with all countries of the region, the ESCAP Secretariat, and our development partners in realizing the shared 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is envisaged that the new Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and Pacific 2022 until 2026, which will be put forward for consideration for the minister later this week, will have a significant impact on our effort to build back better and advance sustainable transport development agenda in our region. It is now my pleasure and honor to declare this senior official segment of the fourth session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport open. I wish you all every success in your deliberation and a pleasant stay in Bangkok. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prompson, for your statement and for setting the tone for our deliberation.
Distinguished delegates, excellencies, now we will proceed with the ceremonial launching of the new flagship publication of Transport Division, the Review of Developments in Transport in Asia and the Pacific 2021 towards Sustainable, Inclusive and Resilient Urban Passenger Transport in Asian Cities. I invite Ms. Armida Ali Shahbana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to present the publication.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to join you in launching the publication entitled Review of Transport Developments in Asia and the Pacific. As we are all aware, how human mobilities are viewed have undergone profound changes over the past 2 years. With the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, many governments imposed measures that were designed to discourage people from traveling. While this helped contain the virus and safeguard their health, it also led to an unprecedented drop in passenger levels. At the same time, Asia-Pacific region also witnessed many climate-related disasters. It is now widely accepted that climate change is driven by greenhouse gas emission and that urban transport is a major contributor. Following the COP26 meetings in Glasgow, the question of how to decarbonize urban passenger transport and make it more sustainable has moved center stage on the climate change agenda. In this regard, I'm pleased to present the 2021 review of developments in transport in Asia and the Pacific. This year's review argues that in order to achieve more sustainable urban transport system, policies need to integrate the three key elements of environmental sustainability, social inclusiveness, and resilience. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, cities in Asia-Pacific region are some of the most dynamic in the world. However, economic development and population growth have led to rapid motorization and sprawl, which in turn have resulted in rising greenhouse gas emission, air pollution, as well as congestion. As we learned from the NDCs reported under the Paris Agreement, many governments are taking concrete action to address these issues. However, these measures are not ambitious enough if we want to halt global warming and address other negative externalities to the environment. In this regard, the review highlights those policies for environmentally sustainable transport. The review also presents the results of a modeling exercise on future scenarios, which found that energy efficiency and electric vehicle scenarios had the most significant impact on reducing emissions. Another key element is social inclusiveness. The diversity of transport modes in Asian cities can be seen as an organic response to the varying needs of different groups. Policymakers need to design inclusive transport systems which meet everyone's needs, ensuring that low-income groups, women, children, persons with disabilities, and the elderly can fulfill their daily activities. Such systems must also be designed to minimize traffic accidents, which continue to rise in our cities. The review also assesses the impacts of COVID-19 on urban passenger transport. As they reflect on ways to build back better, countries and cities need to prioritize the resilience of transport system and use the power of new technologies, such as smart technology, electric mobility, and intelligent transport system. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, crises such as COVID-19 and climate change underscore the need to think beyond the transport sector and strengthen linkages to other sectors, including health, social welfare, energy, environmental protection, and security. Ultimately, sustainable transport policies need to integrate the elements of environmental sustainability, social inclusiveness, and resilience. As noted in the review, governments should utilize regional fora such as ESCAP to share experiences, knowledge about effective policies for sustainable urban passenger transport. Let us visualize and work towards urban transport systems that best meet the needs of the planet and its people, not only for this generation, but also for future generations. I hope that policymakers and practitioners in transport and urban planning will find this publication useful. Finally, I would like to express our appreciation to the contributors and reviewers of the publication, as well as our colleagues from the Transport Division. Thank you very much. And then Now I would like to invite Mr. Promsom, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transport of Thailand, to join me in launching the publication.
Thank you, Ibu Amida and Mr. Promsong, for launching our publication. Distinguished delegates, I understand that Mr. Promsong is called by other pressing duties and has to leave us. So on behalf of all delegations, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to you and your accompanying staff for taking time to open this session with an enlightening speech. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's now my pleasure to conduct the election of officers for the senior officials segment of the fourth session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport. The Bureau will comprise a chair and 2 vice chairs. I now open the floor for nominations. I recognize the distinguished delegate of Kazakhstan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Ren. At first, let me wish a good day to all distinguished delegates. Now, I have the pleasure in proposing the nomination of the chair and vice chairs for the senior official segment of the fourth Ministerial Conference on Transport as follows. As chair, Mr. Punya Chupanit, Director General, Office of Transport and Traffic Policy and Planning, Ministry of Transport, Thailand. As vice chairs, Mr. Fakhriddin Sultanov, Permanent Representative of Uzbekistan to ESCAP. Mr. Sukmo Yuwono, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP. I am sure that distinguished delegates I have proposed will discharge the duties efficiently for the successful deliberations of this conference. Thank you, Secretariat.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Kazakhstan. Would any delegations like to propose alternative nominations or second the nomination made by distinguished delegates of Kazakhstan? I recognize the distinguished delegate of China. Please, you have the floor. Excuse me, distinguished delegate from China, please unmute your microphone, please. Your microphone is muted. Still muted. distinguished delegates from China, from our side, we still see your microphone is still muted. Yeah, please unmute your microphone. Okay, it's unmuted. Yeah, please go ahead. Apologize, it's muted again. Please unmute. Thank you.
It's fine?
Yes, please go ahead.
Finally, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yan, and good morning, colleagues. I would like to second the proposal made by the distinguished delegate of Kazakhstan on the Bureau members of the senior officials segment of the conference. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of China. Would any delegations like to propose alternative nominations or second the nomination made by distinguished delegate of Kazakhstan? I recognize the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Rain. Thank you, Secretariat. I would like to second the proposal made by Kazakhstan on the Bureau members of the Senior Official Segment Conference. Thank you. Thank you, all the delegates.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. Would any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none. I would like to thank Kazakhstan for the proposal and China and Bangladesh for supporting the proposal. I now declare that the following distinguished delegates will serve on the Bureau. As Chair, Mr. Banya Chupanit, Director General, Office of Transport and Traffic Policy and Planning, Ministry of Transport, Thailand. As Vice Chairs, Mr. Fakharintin Sultanov, Permanent Representative of Uzbekistan to ESCAP, and Mr. Sukumo Yuunu, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP. So on behalf of all present, it's my privilege to congratulate the elected members of Bureau and extend my very best wishes for success in the important work ahead. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's now my honor to invite Mr. Banya Chupanit, the chair of the senior official segment of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport, to conduct the meeting from this point forward.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, I thank you for all of the confidence placed in me to serve as your chair, and the great honor you have bestowed on my country and on me. Together with the vice chairs, I shall endeavor to do my very best to discharge the responsibilities of serving as your chair with the support of the ESCAP Secretariat. The members of the Bureau and I shall do our best to ensure that this 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport achieves its objectives and reaches a successful conclusion. Excellency, distinguished delegates, let's now take up agenda item 1C, Adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda of the senior official segments is contained in document ESCAP MCT 2021 L1, item 1 through 5. I now invite any comments on the agenda from the floor. I see none. The provisional agenda of the senior official segments as contained in the document ESCAP MCCR VS 2021 L1 is adopted. Before we proceed with agenda item 2, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcements. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, may I provide some quick reminders for delegates, participants joining us via the e-conferencing platform Kudo. So first, to select the preferred UN language, the language selector with drop-down menu is available on the lower left of your screen. Second, when you want to make intervention, kindly click Request to Speak button. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, the microphone and camera icons will turn into red. Please click Unmute the microphone and turn on the video and deliver your intervention. Do not click Done Speaking until you have completed your intervention, as this will cancel your request. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click Done Speaking. Third, for technical issues related to Kudo, kindly click Technical Support tab under the messaging icon and type your message here. Our technician will assist you shortly. And fourth, the Secretariat will be monitoring the messaging in Kudo. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or intervention to be raised through your delegation by using Request to Speak button only. And finally, to prevent echoes and interference, please stay on the floor language when you speak and ensure all other devices connected to Kudo in the same room are turned off. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ren, for this information. Distinguished delegates, we shall now take up agenda item 2, assessment and evaluation of the implementation of Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific, Phase 1, 2017 to 2021. Given a compressed schedule for this meeting, we ask for your support to tailor your interventions, mainly to issue for discussion or action only, and to keep your intervention to no more than 3 minutes. Given the technical limitation of conducting the conference through a virtual platform, and in view of the mandates and operational requirements of the conference, priority will be given to the member, associate members, and permanent observers of the commissions. Limited opportunity for interventions will be available for observer organizations, intergovernmental organizations, and other entities, depending on availability of time. Thank you for your attention. Let us now turn to agenda item 2 on assessment and evaluation of the implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific Phase 1, 2017 to 2021, as presented to you in document ESCAP MCT 2020/1 and ESCAP MCT 2021 IMF/1. I now invite the Secretariat of the Transport Division to introduce the document and agenda item. Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the agenda item 2, assessment and evaluation of the implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific, and the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific Phase 1, 2017 to 2021. Next, please. Mandated by the Resolution 73/4 of the 23rd of May 2017 on the implementation of the Ministerial Conference on the implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific, the Executive Secretary is requested to carry out in 2021 an evaluation of the implementation of Phase 1 of the Regional Action Program and submit a report with the recommendations to the Ministerial Conference on Transport at its 4th session. Next, please. The evaluation has been conducted with 3 key objectives. 1, to assess the implementation of the Regional Action Program Phase 1 in terms of the achievement of the objective set out under each of the 7 thematic areas. 2, to assess the performance of the activities and services provided by the Secretariat to the Member State in support of the implementation of the Regional Action Program Phase 1 using the standard evaluation criteria of relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, and gender mainstreaming. 3, to recommend areas for improvement in the next Regional Action Program and in priority activities in light of the needs and the requirement of the Member State, in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and in the context of the current pandemic. Next, please. The evaluation conducted in June this year, the key findings are that the RAP Phase 1 demonstrated flexibility, diversity, and customer-centric approach. It has tangible results which highlight successful and scalable approach. It fully achieved its indicator and objective. It was successful in delivering advisory and capacity building services, and it was implemented in a timely manner. In addition, majority of the views confirm that the RAP Phase 1 is entirely relevant to the need and the priorities of the region, convinced that the activities under the Regional Action Program Phase 1 greatly contributed toward the achievement of transport-related sustainable development goals, highlighted the importance of the incorporating cross-sectoral dimensions related to resilient, inclusive, and environmentally friendly transport into the new Regional Action Program. In addition, the Secretariat was under the view that has been successfully engaged in the variety of stakeholders. However, gender mainstreaming was only partially incorporated into the output of the RAP Phase 1. Next, please. With this finding, the evaluation resulted in recommending that the new Regional Action Program be continued, include thematic areas related to environmentally sustainable and inclusive transport, mainstream economic, social, and environmental dimension across transport areas, move toward a result-oriented approach, incorporate gender-responsive activities, continue with awareness raising and capacity building activities across all thematic areas, and enhance role of national focal points and create mechanisms similar to the working group or the expert group meetings for each theme. Further recommendation was for the Secretariat to prepare the draft Regional Action Program in line with the above recommendation and facilitate necessary discussion, which has been done through the regional preparatory meetings conducted earlier this year. Further, the Secretariat is to enhance engagement with key stakeholders and non-transport sectors, to also forge effective partnerships with private sector, NGO, academic institution, and others, as well as to strengthen communication outreach to increase visibility of the new regional action program. Next slide, please. For this agenda item, the Ministerial Conference may wish to provide its views on the overview of the implementation of the Regional Action Program Phase 1 and evaluation result, as well as the role of the national focal points in the implementation of the Regional Action Program 2022 to 2026, as well as the creation of mechanisms similar to the working groups or expert group meeting of each of the thematic area. And to this, I conclude my presentation and introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lasmith, for the introduction. I now invite any comments on agenda item 2 from the floor. We only have approximately 45 minutes in the program to conclude this item. I request the delegation to be mindful of the time and to limit their intervention to 3 minutes or less. To maintain order and for the delegation to be ready to take the floor. When I call on the speaker, I will also announce the delegation next in line. May I now invite the distinguished delegate of Republic of Korea to take the floor, followed by delegation from Thailand and Bangladesh. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Oh Gong-myung, Director of the International Cooperation and Trade Division at the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea. First of all, the ROK would like to express its sincerest gratitude to the Secretariat and Member States for their dedicated effort over the past 5 years to enhance sustainable transport connectivity in Asia and the Pacific. We also welcome the Secretariat's proposal of the next Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development. Facing the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis, the ROK introduced the Korean New Deal initiative to prepare for a post-pandemic era and achieve carbon neutrality. We set the Digital New Deal as one pillar based on the belief that digital transition will be a key driver for not only overcoming the current challenges, but also determining what the future will bring. Our main goal under the Digital New Deal is to digitalize our transport infrastructure with the 3 key elements of data, network, and artificial intelligence. At the same time, we set the Green New Deal as another pillar to achieve carbon neutrality in transport. With the introduction of green technologies, we are striving to create a sustainable transport environment by promoting eco-friendly ships and vehicles and increasing the share and efficiency of railways. The ROK will continue these efforts by working closely with ESCAP and the international community for more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive transport in Asia and the Pacific. Additionally, I would like to bring your attention to the ROK's active support for better connectivity among member states through ESCAP projects, including the Asian Highway and Trans-Asian Railway networks. In supporting ESCAP's transport initiatives, the ROK and ESCAP have conducted a joint project every year, and our new project launched this year is about promoting the utilization of transport big data from smart transport systems in the Asia-Pacific region. Using big data in transport will likely reduce road crashes, traffic congestion, and environmental issues. And more broadly, this project is expected to make concrete contribution to the digitalization of transport of member states, which have been added as a new thematic area of the next Regional Action Program. With the suggestion of models which can be applied differently based on the level of digital technology and infrastructure, this project will likely help each member state formulate more inclusive policies and enhance strategies that can effectively address disparities and inequalities across the region. Ending my comments, I would like to reiterate the ROK's strong commitment to achieving sustainable growth in the Asia-Pacific region in close partnership with the ESCAP community. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea, for your statement. May I now invite the delegation from Thailand to take the floor, please.
Pacific Phase 1, 2017 to 2021. Thailand strongly agree with the continued implementation of the Regional Action Program, which focus more on the Sustainable Development Goals, Paris Agreement, and the cross-sectorial, socio-economic, and environmental agenda. The Regional Action Program 2022 to 2026 should be flexible and include existing thematic area from Phase 1 and other thematic area related to environmentally sustainable and inclusive transport. In addition, capacity building activities should be continued to both physical and online modality. Moreover, Thailand also agreed on the recommendation for the Secretariat to establish effective partnership with the private sector, non-governmental organizations, academic institutions, and the other relevant stakeholders in implementing an regional action program. The partnership with relevant stakeholders will lead to a more effective and successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. May I now invite the delegation from Bangladesh to take the floor, please.
Honorable Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. It's indeed my great pleasure to attend the session of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport organized by ESCAP Transport Division. Bangladesh are celebrating the 50th anniversary of independence and have been recommended for the graduation from LDC to developing country status this year by United Nations EDP. This is indeed a most impressive achievement and an important milestone in our country's post-independent journey. So this year carries a special significance for Bangladesh. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the global supply chain has been seriously affected, and the transport and logistic industries went under serious challenges both within the country and across the borders. This COVID pandemic has added a new dimension to the connectivity and demand for seamless and paperless movement of goods across the border. Distinguished delegates, the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific Phase 1, 2017 to 2021 identified 7 aspects of transport connectivity with specific objectives, outputs, and indicators of achievements. For Bangladesh, the targets of gross domestic product GDP growth and goals for improving living standards called for a vibrant and efficient transport network. The transport sector vision is to develop an efficient, effective transport network. Regionally balanced transport system, special emphasis is placed on the introduction of modern technology for increasing capacity and improving quality and productivity of the system. In the area of regional transport infrastructure connectivity, Government of Bangladesh has accorded highest priority on cross-border connectivity issue in development of road network, considering the globalization and modern market economy, as well as particular needs and problems of landlocked developing countries and regions. Government of Bangladesh has been making relentless efforts to improve the global and regional road connectivity through various regional cooperation forums and initiatives. The key connectivity issues in Bangladesh are implementation of Asian highway network in Bangladesh and integration of sub-regional transport networks. The physical alignment of Asian highway route in Bangladesh is more or less completed, so far as the road connectivity is concerned. There are two missing links exist in Asian highway network. One, the construction of 6.15 kilometer long bridge over Padma River and 690-meter long bridge over Madhumati River at Kalna Point are near to completion. Roads and Highways Department is implementing South Asia Regional Economic Cooperation SASEC corridor projects on Dhaka, Elenga, Rangpur, Burimari, and Dhaka, Norsingdi, Sylhet, Tamabil through upgrading to dual carriageway or 4-lane highways with the provision of separate service lanes on both sides to improve international and regional transport and logistic network. Development of 2 new seaports with smooth transport links to Dhaka, establishment of effective railway linkage between the east and west zones of the country, integration of road, rail, and inland water transport, and participation in global and regional transport connectivity initiatives that help to develop the land route link between South Asia and East Asia through Bangladesh. Respected delegates, regarding regional transport operational connectivity, the BBIN, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal Motor Vehicle Agreement has been signed on 15 June 2015 in Thimphu, Bhutan, for the regulation of passenger, personnel, and cargo vehicular traffic between BBIN countries. The protocol regarding the operation of BBIN MVA is under process. Distinguished delegates, in the area of sustainable urban transport, Government of Bangladesh has developed strategic transport plan for Dhaka, focusing on developing mass transits in order to provide affordable, inclusive, safe transport mode for mobility, construction of mass rapid transit, MRT lines, bus rapid transit, BRT lines are under construction, and transit-oriented development TOD in the going to be introduced soon. For reducing traffic congestion by intercity traffic surrounding ring road, elevated expressways, etc., are all in Dhaka. Development of underground metro system is under active consideration, and necessary study and design is going on. Government of Bangladesh has placed huge importance on road safety. On top of the ongoing projects on road safety, government is spending about $360 million a multi-year, multi-phase road safety programs involving all the stakeholders. The focus of the project is capacity building of stakeholder organizations, including IRAP star rating system for the network, piloting road safety programs, and implementing road safety mass action plan. Dear Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I hope the 40th Ministerial Conference on Transport will facilitate to achieve universal, accessible, safe, affordable, efficient, resilient, multimodal transport among member countries. Thank you all for your kind attention and patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. I think we have the delegation from Russia would like to make the comment. Russia, you have the floor, please.
Благодарю вас. Мы хотели бы просто тоже выступить по данному пункту повестки дня, но меня информировали, там есть другие делегации, которые идут в списке, поэтому можем заявление сделать сейчас, а можем после делегации, чтобы не нарушать существующий порядок выступления. Мне сейчас, да, выступить? Благодарю. Российская Федерация придает большое значение работе ESCAP в области транспорта, и мы оказывали активную поддержку реализации первого этапа региональной программы действий в области транспорта, которая в текущем году истекает. Данная программа принималась в 2016 году в совершенно других условиях. и на другом этапе развития транспортных операций и транспортных сообщений. И очевидно, что сейчас очень подходящий момент для того, чтобы переработать ее, переосмыслить и перезапустить с новыми задачами, которые поставили перед Азиатско-Тихоокеанским регионом последствия пандемии новой коронавирусной инфекции. И в этой связи мы благодарим секретариат за проделанную работу по реализации первого этапа. И благодарим секретариат за проделанную работу по реализации первого этапа и за аналитическую работу по оценке, осмыслению прогресса, достигнутого в реализации первого этапа региональной программы действий, а также за проделанную работу по подготовке второго этапа регионального плана действий, который прошел согласование государств-членов и получил одобрение всех членов ESCAP. Как страна, оказывающая донорскую поддержку комиссии, мы уделяли значительное внимание мероприятиям, проводимым в области транспортной отрасли. Мы за это время реализовали более 10 проектов технического содействия, которые охватывали как страны Тихоокеанского региона, так и конкретно государства Центральной Азии, наших основных партнеров. Проекты носили практически ориентированный характер, и мы старались при планировании этих проектов уделить внимание всем основным компонентам региональной программы действий. На первом этапе и выделили такие компоненты, как автодорожный транспорт, железнодорожный транспорт, упрощение перевозок, гармонизацию правовых режимов. Рассчитываем продолжить поддержку деятельности секретариата в области транспорта и по мере начала реализации второго этапа, нового этапа региональной программы действий рассчитываем работать совместно с коллегами из секретариата, чтобы идентифицировать наиболее приоритетные области, где наше техническое содействие было бы востребовано, в том числе и странами-реципиентами. Хотел бы также поблагодарить секретариат за последовательную работу по реализации основных межправительственных соглашений, действующих под эгидой комиссии по азиатским автомобильным дорогам, по трансазиатским железным дорогам и по сухим портам. Данные соглашения составляют основу региональной транспортной архитектуры и основу для выработки коллективных подходов к развитию основных международных транспортных коридоров. Через нашу страну проходят практически все основные международные транспортные коридоры, связывающие Евразийский континент. И в этой связи мы придаем большое значение деятельности ESCAP в части развития международных транспортных коридоров. И также хотели бы поблагодарить секретариат за организацию основных руководящих органов в рамках данных межправительственных соглашений. Мы рассчитываем принимать наиболее активное участие в последующей работе по их реализации. Благодарю вас.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for your statement. I think we still have 5 minutes more. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matter on this agenda item at this time? I think I see none. A summary of the delegation of the deliberations and interventions on this item will be included in the chair's summary. A brief conclusion that I can discern from on this item is that the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific 2017 to 2021 has been implemented successfully and has advanced the connectivity agenda in the region At the same time, it has set a good basis for future priorities. The conference has taken note of the evaluation and recommendations and has shared valuable input on the question outlined in the document under issue for consideration. This brings us to the conclusion of discussion under agenda item 2. Distinguished delegates, let us now turn to agenda 3, major issue in transport, sub-item A, towards an efficient and resilient transport and logistic network and mobility, for which document ESCAP MCT 2021/2 was made available through the ESCAP website. I now invite the Secretariat to introduce the agenda item. Secretariat, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, it's my pleasure to introduce the background document for this agenda item 3A, which focuses on major issues in transport towards an efficient and resilient transport and logistics network and mobility, document ESCAP/MCT/2021/2. Next slide, please. The document provides the background information and some updates on the situation of the region as we speak about the progress made so far on achieving efficient and resilient transport and logistics network and mobility in Asia and the Pacific. In the background information and in the first chapter of the document, we focus on assessing the current challenges to efficiency and resilience of land connectivity in Asia and the Pacific and its connection to global supply chains. The document gives an update on the current status of the Asian highway network, Trans-Asian railway network, the situation of maritime ports and maritime shipping networks, as well as intermodal corridors involving dry ports. The latest information on the current status of the 3 intergovernmental agreements serviced by ESCAP, the Intergovernmental Agreement on the Asian Highway, on the Trans-Asian Railway Network, and the dry ports is also given, highlighting the recent accessions to the Trans-Asian Railway Network Agreement and the Agreement on Dry Ports, which have seen several countries joining this agreement in the span of the current Regional Action Program on sustainable transport in Asia and the Pacific. The document pays particular attention to the challenges of countries with special needs, especially landlocked developing countries and small island developing states. In the highlights of this background information, the Secretariat is pleased to report that geographical coverage of the regional land transport network, as composed by Asian highways, Trans-Asian railways, and dry ports, has been undergoing an active and dynamic development, and we are highlighting a few initiatives that have regional implications as an example of how the regional land transport network is continuing to grow and continue to upgrade its quality. The document also notes the dynamic growth of the trade flows in the region, but also in interregional trade, especially between Europe and Asia, confirming the importance of the topic of sustainable transport connectivity between Asia and the Pacific. Another highlight of the document is the continued importance, alongside of the infrastructure development in Asia and the Pacific, of operational and transport facilitation challenges. The document stresses that those challenges, which have been traditionally a scope of ESCAP's work, have gained an even greater importance during the COVID-19 pandemics, where additional delays, manual controls, additional inspections or regular inspections provided opportunity or heightened the risk of of not being able to contain the pandemic. But at the same time, the document also highlights the great length and efforts made by the member states in facilitating and also digitalizing the transport, cross-border operations, to make sure that the flow of goods in the region and between the region and its trading partners remains uninterrupted. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is one of the elements highlighted by the document, where the concrete examples of concerns with the transport costs and delays and raising transport costs are also given. As by way of example and by the way of highlighting one of the major positive impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the document also reports on the greater digitalization and use of new technologies, as already mentioned. But very importantly, and in the link with the concern with the situation of countries with special needs, the document does highlight that the connectivity divides that we observe in both land transport networks and the maritime sector has been accentuated during the pandemic and remains the area of major concern. Next slide, please. In this, after setting this context, the document highlights the existing opportunities for greater efficiency and greater resiliency in transport connectivity in Asia and the Pacific, focusing on the two major axes of connectivity already highlighted in the background section. On one hand, the regional land transport network, connectivity and logistics, and on the other hand, maritime and interregional connectivity. The objective of those additional considerations is to also give background and information to the currently proposed targets and activities in the next Regional Action Program on Sustainable Transport Connectivity. And with that in mind, the document lists several activities and specific actions in which the region of Asia and the Pacific can continue its concrete and continuous progress in both areas. As you can see, distinguished delegates, the part on the regional land transport connectivity and logistics includes quite a few specific activities relating to upgrading and extension of already existing networks of Asian highway, trans-Asian railways, and dry ports of international importance. It highlights also the great continued scope for greater reform on getting on making our transport corridors, land transport and intermodal transport corridors, more efficient and resilient through facilitating their related operational requirements and regulatory framework. Again, the issue of accessibility is given a prominent role in this document, with particular attention to countries with special needs. Our regional transport networks are expanding their coverage, but we still have the pockets of restricted transport connectivity in our land transport network. There are two additional considerations that are highlighted in this part on regional land transport connectivity and logistics. One is focuses on the quality and inclusiveness of logistics services and overall development of competitiveness and competence of logistics sector in the region. As you may know, ESCAP has been working over the years with the logistics transport industry, with the national and regional associations of logistics providers. This cooperation was key over the course of the last 2 years during the pandemic, and we do see this element and this area of action as one of the important areas of work, as we have recently also heard from representative of Thailand how important the involvement of the private sector is in our area. And final element, when we speak about the regional land transport connectivity, we are also bringing in the insights and the results of the discussions of the working group on the Asian highway, trans-Asian railway, and dry ports, on the ways and the regional approach to deepening overall sustainability of freight transport across the transport networks. Dear colleagues, the part on the regional land transport, connectivity and logistics is as you can see in the document, also more detailed, more expanded, because there's a lot to fall back on. We have working groups that were already previously mentioned today, intergovernmental working groups that have done a great deal of work in this area. And thereby there's the list of activities, the list of possible actions is quite long and concrete. At the same time, in the area of maritime and interregional connectivity, the highlight is given, not recognizing the importance of of linking the region to the global trade. The importance is given to the institutional mechanisms to coordinating all the diverse dynamic processes already in place, both in the maritime area and in interregional transport connectivity between Europe and Asia. In that sense, the document highlights the importance of further actions of supporting concrete regional mechanisms for advancing in these areas. For the maritime connectivity, that means supporting systematic and regular exchange of best practices on sustainable maritime connectivity in partnership, of course, with the global regional actors in that area. And in the area of sustainable transport connectivity between Europe and Asia, which is one of the thematic areas of the last program of actions, facilitating regular interregional and multi-stakeholder forum is presented as the best way forward to make sure that we have greater synergies, greater coordination, and therefore greater impact of all the initiatives, be it national, sub-regional, regionals, that focus at enhancing the connectivity between Europe and Asia. Next slide, please. There is a separate special section in this document that talks about leveraging digitalization in the regional transport and logistics network. This section is designed to respond and to highlight the major developments in line with the discussions both at the sixth session of the Committee on Transport and during the various preparatory meetings and expert meetings to this ministerial conference, which have highlighted the role of digitalization in transport sector. And in that regard, the document gives an introduction and some references to the work already going along the major elements of our connectivity work. The document details the progress and already the quite encouraging situation in our progress towards smart Asian highway routes, and details that many smart transport or digital solutions in cross-border road transport already exist, but the issue is stakeholder buy-in, awareness raising, and technical and capacity building activities that are needed because the development across the region is not even. In the area of transport, the opportunities for digital transformation are not always as evident or as constantly highlighted as, for instance, in the road transport, and therefore the Secretariat also highlights the great some of the developments, but also some of the technical solutions for smart railways and digitalization of railway transport, also noting that there's much to be done. Digitalization in dry ports and intermodal transport has been the focus of the work of ESCAP Secretariat, pursued as part of our support to the development of dry ports and intermodal corridors, as part of several of our capacity building projects and analytical work. And we have incorporated this aspect of digitalization in our learning materials on dry ports. And finally, accelerating transition to smart ports is one of the key aspects of our work in the maritime sector. And again, the capacities are not even, the situation of the countries is diverse, and the regional dialogue, regional South-South cooperation and support to each other in this area is paramount for its success. Next slide, please. So, dear Chair, Mr. Chair, the issues for the consideration of this document include the invitation to consider policy directions and activities described in the present document, taking into account the proposed regional action program for 2022-2026. And this is also the opportunity for the member states to share updates and selected highlights with regard to the initiatives and policies aimed at achieving a more efficient and resilient transport and logistics network and mobility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jaimasina, for the introduction. I now invite comments on agenda item 3A. I request all delegations to keep their intervention to no more than 3 minutes. I think from the list, I think we have the delegation from 5 countries, which are Iran, Uzbekistan, China, Thailand, and Sri Lanka. I would like to start with the delegation from Iran. Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Distinguished Chair, honorable senior officials, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nastan Maruf, and it's my pleasure to attend this worthwhile conference as the representative of Ministry of Roads and Urban Development of Iran. Distinguished delegates, in line with achieving resilient transport in the COVID-19 era, the Ministry of Roads and Urban Development of Iran formed a special committee at the highest authority and priority and developed a 3-stage plan including, first, preventive and restrictive measures against the prevalence, such as returning Iranian citizens from foreign countries by means of free flights, border measurements management, supply chain management. Second, restrictive measures against the destructive impacts of pandemic, which are categorized as below. Close cooperation between Ministry of Roads and Urban Development and Ministry of Health and Medical Education in order to implementation of health protocols and prevalence management in transportation systems. Paradigm shift approach, including load factor reduction in all transportation modes to maintain physical distancing. Third, compensatory measures and building back better. Chief among them, paying low-interest deferral loans to transport businesses and companies with special attention to the aviation and railway sector. Distinguished delegates, despite the worthwhile efforts of all member states, Ministry of Roads and Urban Development would like to acknowledge that there is a necessary need to conduct a vast study on pandemic restriction through transportation management, focusing on travel pattern, traveler behavior based on social characteristics analysis. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ilan, for your statement. Right now, I would like to invite delegation from China to make the statement. China, you have the floor, please. China, your microphone is still muted. Please unmute your microphone, please.
How about now? Does it work now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay. 谢谢主席先生。新冠肺炎疫情给亚太地区经济社会发展造成巨大影响。疫情期间，区域交通协同配合，保障防疫物资运输，为区域抗击疫情、促进经济复苏提供了重要保障。但同时， 区域交通运输和物流网络仍存在低效、脆弱、不平衡的问题。面对疫情，中国坚持人民至上、生命至上，保障交通网络不断，应急运输绿色通道不断，必要的群众生产生活物资运输通道不断。与此同时，中国保障向200多个国家和地区出口防疫物资畅通，通过国际海事组织等平台与各国分享疫情防控经验。自2020年5月起，中欧班列连续16个月单月开行1000列以上，中国远洋货轮昼夜穿梭，全力保障区域和全球产业链供应链稳定，体现了中国担当。女士们、先生们，发展高效、有韧性的交通运输和物流网络，对亚太地区疫后复苏和可持续发展至关重要。亚太地区需加强区域合作和一体化，进一步统一技术标准，完善法律框架，协调运输规则和程序。应推动大数据、人工智能等新技术与交通行业深度融合，并为交通基础设施建设、维护、升级提供充足资金保障。中方愿与亚太各方共同努力，加强基础设施硬联通和制度规则软联通，提升亚太交通运输和物流网络效率和韧性，更好促进疫后复苏与可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Now I would like to invite Thailand to make the statement. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On regional land transport, connectivity, and logistics, Thailand's Department of Highways has proposed several projects in the strategic plan for 2017 to 2021 to support multimodal transport, such as Trat Hat Lek in Thailand linking to Kok Kong province and Sihanoukville port in Cambodia. The Trans-Asian Railway Network is regional transport cooperation platform enhancing the efficiency and development of railway infrastructure. In the near future, such framework will assist Thailand in resolving the complexity associated with the integration of international railway transport. For the inter-regional connectivity, the ASEAN Framework Agreement on Multimodal Transport, of which Thailand is the lead country, was adopted during the 11th ASEAN Transport Ministerial in meeting in November 2005. Thailand, in close collaboration with ESCAP and the ASEAN Secretariat, implemented 2 capacity building projects in CLMV countries during 2005-2009. The successful results of these projects led to the ratification of the framework agreement by CLMV a few years later. In addition, Thailand and Vietnam are the first 2 ASEAN member states participating in the pilot implementation of the ASEAN framework agreement, supported by the ASEAN Regional Integration Support from the EU since last year. In view of this, Thailand would like to propose ESCAP to consider the existing ASEAN Framework Agreement on Multimodal Transport as a basis or reference for development of multimodal transport legal framework for Asian and the Pacific region to ensure regional consistency. With regard to digitalization of transport, in response to Thailand 4.0 digital government policy, a project on advanced IT development and improvement of information technology has been carried out by the Marine Department with a view to provide full e-service for the maritime private sector and effective internal work support since late 2020, and it is expected to be completed in mid-2023. For port operation, the Ministry of Transport has a policy aiming at promoting full automation and digitalization in Thai major ports, such as Bangkok Port and Lam Chobang Port. Currently, the Port Authority of Thailand is developing the Port Community System of PCS, aiming to establish the data logistics chain among all parties concerned by developing a standardized e-logistics platform to ensure seamless data linkages. In this regard, Thailand welcomes ESCAP's initiative to assist member states in Asia and the Pacific to adopt and realize digital transformation in maritime transport more effectively. Regarding the challenges and impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on marine and multimodal transport, the COVID-19 pandemic presents severe impact on transport and logistics chain, particularly container shortage and increased freight rates on our east to west shipping routes. At the 40th ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group, or MTWG meeting, Thailand proposed a new initiative on exchange of experiences and countermeasures on adverse impact of COVID-19 on maritime transport. To further support this initiative, the meeting welcomed the proposed webinar on enhancing container circulation in ASEAN region as proposed by the ASEAN Secretariat, with Thailand as the lead country. The said webinar is expected to be held in mid-January 2022, and the expected outcomes will be proposed guidelines for MTWG to consider adopting as policy recommendations to enhance regional competency and resilience of container shipping in consideration of future contingencies. Since the impact of COVID-19 on container shortage and increased freight rates has adversely affected several regions around the globe, and the situation is likely to be prolonged, the efforts of neither one country nor a group of countries in a small region alone can cope with such issues effectively. In this regard, Thailand has a view that ESCAP, as the UN agency responsible for member countries in Asia and the Pacific region, is in a good position to consider these issues seriously in order to come up with how to minimize the impact of such issues more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for the statement. Right now, I would like to invite the statement from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, please. Okay, I think we will come back to Sri Lanka after we cancel the technical problem. Right now, we would like to invite the statement from Russia Federation. Russia Federation, you have the floor, please.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. В данном пункте я хотел бы остановиться на наиболее приоритетных областях, которые мы хотели бы видеть в ходе реализации нового этапа региональной программы действий и, соответственно, работы ESCAP и ее партнеров. Прежде всего, хотел бы сказать, что безусловным и основным приоритетом работы комиссии должно оставаться развитие международных интермодальных транспортных коридоров. В этой работе есть два основных компонента. Первый – это непосредственно объединение региональной транспортной системы в единую сеть, и она включает как работу по инфраструктуре, так и по правовым режимам и режимам пересечения границ. Второй, не менее важный компонент – это интеграция азиатской тихоокеанской транспортной сети в общую глобальную транспортную архитектуру, а также трансконтинентальную транспортную инфраструктуру. И здесь важнейшее значение имеет совместная работа двух региональных комиссий ООН, ESCAP и ЕКОН. Российская Федерация является полноправным членом обоих этих комиссий, и на протяжении многих лет мы старались мобилизовать обе комиссии к наращиванию сотрудничества, в том числе и в рамках возможных рабочих или институциональных органов, существующих между комиссиями. Пока институционализировать такое сотрудничество у нас не получилось, но будьте уверены, мы будем продолжать движение в данном направлении, потому что мы считаем, что в этом находится, это и есть залог интеграции обоих транспортных систем в единую трансконтинентальную сеть. Второй не менее важный компонент, не менее важный приоритет на ближайшую перспективу, мы считаем, находится в плоскости инновационных решений в области транспорта. Это и, как было упомянуто, цифровизация транспортной отрасли и упрощение процедур, связанных с пересечением границ через заблаговременный обмен информацией и данными о консайнментах при перевозках. Consignment. Yes. И совершенно верно, это и автоматизация транспортных систем, и внедрение транспортных систем с низким углеродным следом. Мы данные области также рассматриваем в преломлении к нашей партнерской донорской деятельности, в нашем партнерстве с комиссией, и продолжим контакты с секретариатом на предмет определения наиболее приоритетных областей для будущего приложения усилий. Также хотел бы отметить важность координированного развития международных транспортных коридоров. И здесь, опять же, есть два основных направления работы. Это общерегиональное развитие коридоров и адресная работа по уже определенным коридорам. В этой связи мы бы хотели поблагодарить секретариат за поддержку инициативы по координированному развитию международного транспортного коридора, международного транспортного движения по коридору Россия, Монголия и Китай. Это очень важный проект, мы ему придаем очень большое значение и будем продолжать работать с секретариатом по данному направлению. В заключение я хотел бы сказать про то, что важным направлением деятельности в рамках новой региональной программы действий должны оставаться инициативы, связанные с поддержкой нуждающихся стран. Во-первых, это региональная программа действий по содействию странам, не имеющим выхода к морю. И второе – это развитие межостровных перевозок и развитие морских перевозок. Так получилось, что исторически и ESCAP не сильно была вовлечена в работу по развитию морских транспортных систем, но мы в ближайшей перспективе рассчитываем это поправить, и сейчас прорабатываем с секретариатом возможность реализации новых проектов, посвященных морским перевозкам. Рассчитываем, что они также внесут вклад как новый компонент этой региональной программы действий, потому что это важное направление. Мы регулярно сейчас обсуждаем на транспортных форумах развитие альтернативных маршрутов морских перевозок, включая Северный морской путь. Количество судоходных дней, по которому значительно возросло за последнее время, плюс благодаря развитию атомного ледокольного транспорта. В общем, там есть очень много интересных направлений, которые ESCAP, нам кажется, тоже может включиться и привнести свой вклад, используя свой экспертный потенциал. Благодарю вас.
Thank you, thank you, Russian Federation, for the statement. I would like to invite the next delegation from Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, you have the floor, please.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Chair and dear colleagues. Thank you very much for giving the floor. The pandemic has a restraining effect on investment projects in Central Asia. As of today, more than 2,000 containers of Uzbek cargoes have been staying for a long time at eastern ports and inland stations of the China, at China-Kazakhstan and China-Kyrgyzstan border crossings, as well as in Russian ports of Far East. In order to solve these problems, it is proposed to establish a joint working group consisting of representatives of China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan under the auspice of ESCAP, and take the following actions. First, establish information exchange on delayed cargoes coming from Southeast Asian countries to CIS countries via Chinese and Russian ports. Second, explore proposals to accelerate their delivery, including through the diversification of transport corridors. Next, send an appeal to the international financial institutions and donor countries to provide assistance to the Central Asian countries which do not have a free access to their maritime communications, as well as to provide technical assistance for increasing the capacity of their border stations. And lastly, form a separate platform on the basis of the ESCAP Secretariat to monitor problems in international freight transport under the conditions of ongoing quarantine. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzbekistan, for your statement. Now, I would like to invite the comment from delegation of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, you have the floor, please.
Morning. Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry, first time I made a mistake with the connectivity. So it is my pleasure to join this important conference on transport as a participant from Sri Lanka. I pay special attention on sustainable freight transport sector. As you all are aware, in 2030 agenda for sustainable development, the SDG targets provide a framework for developing sustainable freight transport. SDGs which are directly relevant to sustainable freight transport have been identified by the ESCAP. SDG 3, good health and well-being. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. SDG 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And SDG 13, climate action are directly impacted by the sustainable freight transport. Freight transport enables economic growth, provides access to market, connects producers and consumers, determines trade competitiveness, supports effective integration into global supply chains, and contributes to inclusive development. However, freight transport activities generates negative externalities such as greenhouse gas emissions, fossil fuel resource depletion, pollution, congestion, accidents, infrastructure degradation, and noise and visual intrusions. Therefore, we must accelerate decarbonization of entire transport sector to achieve zero emissions. We have to implement sustainable railway systems to increase zero emission ships must be commercially available. Carbon emissions, implementing road safety measures as same as pedestrians has become imperative given the
I think we lost a signal from Sri Lanka. I think let's move to the next statement from Asian Institute of Transport Development. AITD, you have the floor, please.
Chairman, for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts on agenda item 3A. Distinguished participants, it is now well recognized that regional cooperation is a beneficial path for economic development. For such regional cooperation to happen, transport connectivity assumes a very important role. Restrictive trade policy regimes have neutralized the beneficial effects of common culture, affinity, common geography, and the gravitational pull of proximity on movement of goods and people. Restoration of traditional transport corridors by road, rail, and waterways, or corridor involving combination of these modes would involve minimal investment and would result in maximum benefit in the shortest time frame. These corridors can become economic corridors of countries for multiple developmental purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past many decades, transportation policies focusing mainly on increasing transport capacity and operational speeds. Time has come for skill development of the workforce having regard to the fast-changing operational and information technologies. Keeping this in view, the Asian Institute of Transport Development has been organizing training courses for transport personnel from South and Southeast Asian countries, which would assist the development of safe and sustainable transport network that will promote green transport. During the last 16 years, we have organized 29 courses benefiting more than 700 transport professionals from the region. The Institute would be pleased to organize training programs in association with ESCAP in furtherance of measures that would promote sustainability in all its manifestation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for the statement. Distinguished delegates, we have exhausted our time. allow for this item during this morning session. As it's now almost 12 hours, let's adjourn for lunch break and come back to reconvene deliberations on this agenda item at 14 hours Bangkok time. The distinguished Vice Chair, Mr. Sultanov, will chair the session on my behalf. In the afternoon and tomorrow, I now invite the Secretariat to make some announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I would first like to inform delegations that side events will take place from 12:30 to 14 hours, entitled Legal Frameworks in the Time of Change for Multimodal Transport. The Zoom link to join this event is now shared in the chat box. In addition, before we join for lunch, I would like to invite the attention of the conference to a short video about the work of ESCAP on connectivity.
Sustainable transport systems, along with quality and resilient infrastructure, are essential to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Asia-Pacific region is at the heart of the world's transport flow, accounting for more than 40% of global surface freight and 2/3 of seaborne freight, making international trade and commerce thrive and ensuring that goods and people get to where they need to go. While the region has made great strides in improving transport connectivity over the last decades, there is still more to be done to progress towards an efficient and resilient transport and logistics network and mobility to support economic growth. The United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific assists its member states in achieving this goal. Regional land transport connectivity and logistics. The size of the region's land transport infrastructure has grown to an impressive scale. The Asian highway network now comprises 145,000 kilometers of road across 32 countries, while the Trans-Asian Railway Network features 125,000 kilometers of railroad in 28 countries. Around 270 dry ports have been set up or are being planned in order to meet supply chain requirements by grouping access to highways and railways, together with customs processing, warehousing, manufacturing, and clustering of economic activities. But the region still faces many challenges in transport. Infrastructure issues persist, including differing national standards in road quality and design, missing links between railroads and differences between gauges, and a lack of a consistent dry port design between countries. Non-physical barriers continue to hinder the free flow of goods within the region as well. This includes institutional and regulatory hurdles that can frustrate trade and transport. To create an efficient and integrated, multimodal regional transport system, member states need to prioritize their infrastructure development in line with regional parameters, so all the region's transport pieces fit neatly together. New technologies and digitalization offer great potential to improve transport efficiency by adopting facilitation tools and digital transformation, ensuring greater interoperability, and making the exchange of information easier. Maritime and interregional transport connectivity. The Asia-Pacific region is home to 9 out of 10 of the world's busiest container ports. Maritime trade is of core importance to the region's economic growth and is a lifeline to the small island developing states in the Pacific. The region also connects to the global economy by a network of international land transport corridors, with inter-regional trade gaining tremendous momentum, especially between Asia and Europe. But preserving and enhancing the region's positioning in global supply chains requires unwavering progress in connectivity and requires addressing a wide range of institutional, financial, technological, environmental, and legal concerns. Maritime and interregional connectivity for Asia and the Pacific needs to be addressed as a cross-cutting issue, with due attention to countries with special connectivity needs. So, what's next? To build the most effective transport links of the future, the countries of Asia and the Pacific must continue to work together and build on the dynamic regional network of land and maritime transport connections. This includes extending and upgrading the Asian highways, trans-Asian railways, dry ports, and shipping networks to support seamless transport operations, enhancing the resilience of transport systems, employing new technologies and digitalization, and continuing regional dialogue on transport connectivity. Whether by road, rail, or sea, let us ensure Asia and the Pacific enjoys an efficient and resilient transport and logistics system fully equipped to meet the challenges of sustainability.
Okay, thank you, Secretariat. I think we now enjoy for lunch. Thank you you all.
Welcome back. I now invite you to continue deliberations on agenda item 3A. I would like to remind all delegations to keep their interventions to not more than 3 minutes, please. And our first speaker is a delegation from Japan. You have the floor, and followed by delegation from United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is from Japan, and good afternoon. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak towards an efficient and resilient transport and logistics network and mobility, especially with regard to the digitalization of transport. I would like to briefly share our thoughts and initiatives to support the implementation of Regional Action Plan. Japan is stepping up its efforts in digital transformation in land, sea, and air modes, as well as in new field of transportation infrastructure, such as mobility as a service, and automated driving. For example, regarding Mars, which help ease traffic congestion and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we are now accelerating our efforts for social implementation by conducting various demonstration experiments across the country. Looking to the post-COVID-19 era, there are calls for a sustainable, better recovery rather than only economic recovery. We believe that fully utilizing data and digital technology will be an essential driving force for this recovery. I recognize that each activities, especially the enhancement of the digitalization of transport mentioned in the next regional action plan, is very important and meaningful to realize the development of an efficient and resilient transport in the four regions of Asia and the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished delegate from Japan. Thank you for your statement. Our next speaker is distinguished delegate from Kingdom of Thailand. You have the floor, and followed by United States of America. Distinguished delegation from Thailand, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know that the transport sector is one of the most important foundations of society, as it has to support all sorts of human activities. At the same time, the sector is one of the largest contributors of environmental degradation by pollute and control emission of carbon dioxide and other harmful air pollutants. These pollutants cause the greenhouse gas, which ultimately lead to the global warming and climate change. Thailand reaffirmed the commitment to support international agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The Prime Minister of Thailand attended the COP26 meeting in Glasgow and declared the result of greenhouse gas emission reduction from nationally appropriate mitigation action target that Thailand can reduce GHG emission at 17% by 2019 from energy and transport sector. And it is above the target that was set at just 7% by 2020. and also announced the intention target of nationally determined contribution that Thailand intends to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 20% from projected business as usual level by 2030. The level of contribution could increase up to 25%, subject to educate and enhance support through a balanced and ambitious global agreement. Additionally, Thailand will achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero emission by 2065. And with support of the international cooperation, Thailand can raise our NDC up to 40%. To achieve the aforementioned target, the Ministry of Transport has developed nationally determined contribution action plan in transport sector and set a target to reduce greenhouse gas emission, allow 31 million tons or 6% from the country level by 2030. NDC action plan in transport sector consists of various projects such as transport-oriented development, rail-based system infrastructure development, and promotion of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles is one core of sustainable development policy in order to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Thailand National Electric Vehicle Policy Committee announced EV roadmap development for Thailand. Production of the 30-30 policy is mean that the share of EV will account for 30% of all vehicle production in 2030 and include domestic manufacture of batteries. On this occasion, Thailand is ensured that we will be able to reduce greenhouse gas emission as target and insist on promoting sustainable transport to ultimately achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional program. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished delegate from Thailand. And our next speaker is from United States of America. You have the floor, please. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters under this agenda item at this time? Okay, our delegate from United States trying to connect due to some technical problems. Okay, it's connected. Distinguished delegates from United States, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. And first, let me recognize the Secretariat and chairs for their leadership throughout the Ministerial. I also want to highlight that the United States attaches great importance to our relationship with ESCAP and its members. The supply chain theme of this session is timely. Developing more resilient supply chains is central to U.S. engagement throughout the region and plays a critical role in addressing the primary and secondary effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The United States continues to work closely with our partners to help businesses diversify supply chains and tackle bottlenecks to support global transport systems and international commerce. Promoting an efficient and resilient transportation network between the United States and the Asia-Pacific region remains a top priority for the US government. On October 31st, earlier this year, President Biden held the Summit on Global Supply Chain Resilience with the European Union and 14 partner countries, including a number of ESCAP member states, to foster greater international cooperation on supply chain disruptions. At the summit, President Biden announced that Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Commerce Raimondo will hold a multi-stake forum next year to establish next steps to build greater global supply chain resilience. This forum will bring together representatives from governments, private companies, labor organizations, and other groups to continue work on challenges such as information sharing and transparency, sustainable development, and security of supply. To address structural supply chain challenges, the United States has taken an innovative approach to many of the areas mentioned in the ESCAP report, specifically by improving infrastructure and promoting intermodality in the transportation sector. Our efforts have focused on building resilient supply chains in 4 key areas: semiconductors, advanced batteries, pharmaceuticals, and critical materials and minerals. And we have focused on communicating and coordinating with our partners to shore up these sectors. We welcome the opportunity to share lessons learned and best practices with other member states, and we look forward to learning from you as well. This ministerial offers important solutions and opportunities to build back better. Section 3 of the report for this session proposed ways we can work together to improve connectivity and develop land-based and maritime transport systems that will make our supply chains more resilient to shocks like COVID-19. We share the report's optimism and its call for improved communication, information sharing, and coordination among governments and the private sector, and we agree that there are important opportunities to leverage digitization to make regional supply chains and commerce smarter, more efficient, and more resilient. Looking forward, we see much room for partnership. Let's chart a course to strengthen and diversify the entire supply chain ecosystem. At the recent Supply Chain Summit hosted by President Biden, participating governments issued a statement of shared principles on supply chain resilience, including transparency, diversity, openness, predictability, security, adaptability, and sustainability. We encourage additional efforts to identify and promote shared principles, and we welcome those conversations here at ESCAP. Supply chains include diverse stakeholders, from private companies to workers and labor organizations, to indigenous communities and academic institutions. Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Commerce Raimondo's multi-stakeholder forum next year will bring this community together and seek to establish next steps to build greater supply chain resilience. At that forum, we look forward to continuing this conversation and partnership with many of our ESCAP and other partners. Thank you.
Thank you to our delegation from United States of America for your statement. And next speaker in our list is the distinguished delegate from Turkey. Delegation from Turkey, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Esteemed delegates, I extend my warmest greetings to you all. I would like to thank the ESCAP Secretariat for organizing this vital conference. This conference is a very pertinent one that is organized at a time when we start to plan new standards for resilient global supply chains with the lessons we have learned from the crisis. It's an honor for me to share the vision and policies of Turkey on this occasion. Establishing and enhancing regional connectivity is one of Turkey's major priorities. That is why we attach utmost importance to the ESCAP that has vital initiatives and projects on the establishment of Eurasian connectivity. With a corridor-based approach, we are prioritizing grant projects that contribute to Europe-Asia transport connections, in particular the Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor in our infrastructure investments. To attain a seamless, high-quality and sustainable transport system, Turkey has invested around $170 billion in its transport and communications infrastructure over the last 2 decades. In this context, we have achieved a high-quality network on highways, heavily investing on the divided roads, giant highway projects, and megastructures such as suspension bridges and undersea-bed highway tunnels connecting 2 continents. Our highway network is an important and high-standard part of ESCAP's Asian highway network. Likewise, we attach great importance to the Trans-Asian Railway network. Thanks to the investment mobilization in the railways, we increased our railway length to 12,800 kilometers, and we have a further 4,000 kilometers of railways under construction. With grand-scale projects such as Marmaray and Bakü-Tbilisi-Kars railway projects, we have secured an uninterrupted connection from China to London. We are proud to see that Turkey is an important logistics hub in the transport network extending to Europe, Asia, Central Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, with our growing industry and exports, as well as our ports, railway connections, and our logistics centers, which are part of the Dry Ports Agreement of the ESCAP. Besides infrastructure investments, we have been taking dedicated steps to remove bottlenecks, especially on border crossings, and foster regional cooperation to ensure non-physical interoperability. In doing so, we use the very powerful tool of the age, namely digitalization. We utilize many effective systems and develop new projects on digitalization of transport and customs. Distinguished colleagues, concluding my words here, I would like to express that we are ready to further and deepen our cooperation with ESCAP and its member countries in achieving sustainable transportation initiatives in the region. Lastly, I need to mention that we consider the draft ministerial declaration to be adopted this week as a very important framework document for our future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation from Turkey, for your statement. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters under this agenda item at this time? I would like to invite the UNECE delegation. Please, you have the floor.
So, good morning, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. Dear Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, Sustainable Transport Division, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to address the 4th UNESCAP Ministerial Conference under this important agenda item. Indeed, resilient Euro-Asian transport infrastructure has been a long-standing priority of the work of UNECE in the field of transport. The Euro-Asian Transport Links project, well known to many of you, started back in 2002 as a joint undertaking between UNECE and ESCAP. UNECE has since then continued these efforts with the support of the Russian Federation in phase 2 and phase 3 of the project. Now, many of the joint UNEC and UNESCAP member states have over time joined this initiative, and in close cooperation with designated national focal points from 38 countries in the Euro-Asian region, the EATL project has identified a large number of Euro-Asian road and rail routes, as well as water transport links and maritime ports in the region for priority development and cooperation. Now, today, in the framework of the UNEC Working Party on Transport, Trends and Economics, WP5, work is continuing in this important field. Recently, the governments of Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Turkey, and Ukraine have expressed their interest in the framework of WP5 to work on the development of a corridor management mechanism. The 5 governments, with the support of the Secretariat, will now be working on the establishment of such a mechanism and of a corridor operationalization performance review mechanism. And more updates, by the government and the Secretariat will be provided at the next session of WP5, which will be in September of next year. Ladies and gentlemen, given that many of the remaining Euro-Asian transport operationalization challenges are of a physical nature, are thus infrastructure related and often require large amounts of funding, UNEC, together with ESCAP colleagues, have established an online international transport infrastructure observatory. The ITIO, as we call it, offers a geographic information system, GIS-based platform, which operates as a virtual marketplace for attracting financing of national, regional, and interregional transport infrastructure projects. It offers a multi-stakeholder platform which hosts data on a large variety of transport infrastructure networks and nodes across different modes, including road, rail, inland waterways, ports, airports, intermodal terminals, and border crossing points. And of course, the core ITIO user categories include governments and multilateral development banks, but also regional cooperation organizations and the broader public. The ITIO will be launched in a test phase in January 2022 for use by governments in the UNEC region. UNEC member states will be invited in writing to start using the observatory during that test phase. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that at the ECE Transport Division, we are in the process of concluding a United Nations Development Account project, which we have implemented with the support of ESCAP and ECLAC, which aims at the development of a set of sustainable inland transport connectivity indicators. These indicators, which again cover the various inland transport modes, have been tested in 5 pilot countries, including Georgia, Kazakhstan, Serbia, Jordan, and Paraguay. And the main objective of these indicators is to provide a tool to governments, enabling these countries to measure their degree of connectivity, both domestically as well as bilaterally or sub-regionally, as well as in terms of soft and hard infrastructure. It will enable governments to assess also the extent to which they implement relevant UN legal instruments, and to assess the degree to which their inland transport systems are interoperable with the systems within their respective regions. So I will conclude at this point. These indicators will again, become available online in an automated user platform from January onwards. On behalf of UNEC Sustainable Transport Division, we look forward to to continue working with ESCAP closely on these important issues and with the ESCAP member states as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you to our delegation from UNECE. I would like to ask, would any other delegations would like to raise or any other matters under the under this agenda item at this time? So I see none. Okay. A distinguished delegate from Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Уважаемые коллеги, спасибо за предоставленное слово. Принимая во внимание географическое положение Российской Федерации, одна из первоочередных задач – это повышение значимости международных транспортных коридоров, обеспечение связуемости территории и транспортной доступности удаленных территорий посредством развития и модернизации инфраструктуры. В рамках реализации принятого в 2018 году комплексного плана модернизации и расширения магистральной инфраструктуры запланировано к постройке и реконструкции 1240 объектов. Национальный проект «Безопасные и качественные дороги» включает реконструкцию 85% дорожной сети городских агломераций и свыше 50 региональных дорог в 2024 году. Все эти проекты Российская Федерация рассматривает не только как возможность для внутреннего развития страны, но и для интеграции транспортной системы России в мировое транспортное пространство, что позволит в том числе и использовать в полной мере транзитный потенциал нашей страны. Хотела бы также отметить, что в Российской Федерации в настоящее время формируется система управления международными транспортными коридорами, теми участками, которые проходят по территории нашей страны. В прошлом году по решению правительства Российской Федерации была учреждена специализированная организация, целью которой является развитие и повышение эффективности использования международных транспортных коридоров, проходящих через территорию России. И в завершении я хотела бы отметить, что мы придаем большое значение теме развития евразиатских транспортных связей и выступаем за продолжение диалога по всем вопросам, связанным с развитием, в том числе международных транспортных коридоров в Евразии. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, our distinguished delegate from Russian Federation. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters under this agenda item at this time, please? I see non-delegations. So, distinguished delegates, we have exhausted our time allowed for this item. Thank you for your interventions. A summary of these deliberations on this item will be included in the chair's summary. The general consensus that I can discern from on this agenda item is that the conference recognized that advancing regional land transport connectivity and logistics, maritime and interregional transport connectivity, and digitalization of transport reflects the main policy priorities of the countries in Asia and the Pacific. And these issues remain critical components of the future policy directions of the region that can support the efficiency of the resilience of supply chains, especially at the times of the pandemics and other major disruptions. This concludes agenda item number 3A. Distinguished delegates, the conference will now consider agenda item 3, major issues in transport, sub-item B, towards environmentally sustainable transport system and services, for which document ESCAP/MCT/2021/3 is before you. To begin our discussion, I invite the Secretariat to introduce the agenda item.
Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to take the floor again to introduce agenda item 3B. Major issue in transport toward environmentally sustainable transport system and services. Next slide, please. The Asia-Pacific region has witnessed sustained economic growth and rapid urbanization. The demand for both freight and passenger transport has been growing, especially on road transport, which positions the transport sector as a major consumer of fossil fuel and the leading emitter of greenhouse gases and pollution, reversing progress toward the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The transport sector, which is primarily powered by fossil fuel, is responsible for 52% of total oil consumption in the Asia-Pacific region, which increased significantly from 40% in 1990. And the sector also produced approximately 13.5% of carbon dioxide emissions in 2018. The transport sector has been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, as governments around the globe closed borders and enforced lockdown, quarantine, and social distancing measures to reduce the spread of the virus, resulting in reduced movement of people and the decline in economic activities. Such lockdown that was initiated across the globe in 2020 and 2021 has an unintended positive effect on the environment, the reduction in emission and air pollution. While the temporarily positive change do not reflect structural change, they provide some lessons learned. Next slide, please. The document under this agenda item discusses measures and interventions that contribute toward preventing a permanent rebound of a transport sector emissions to pre-COVID-19 levels and drive the regional transition toward low-carbon transport communities. Since much of the growth in carbon emission is expected to be concentrated in Asia, the importance of proactive decarbonization policy can hardly be overemphasized. Decarbonizing regional supply chain entails a combination of approaches that range from reducing carbon emission through more specific decarbonization policies, promoting the shift to a more sustainable mode of transport, such as rail and waterborne transport, achieving the optimum integration of transport mode in delivering intermodal transport and logistics solution, as well as leveraging the Commission intergovernmental mechanism to support the decarbonization of the regional supply chains. Next slide, please. The rise in international and domestic trade in Asia and the Pacific, the ongoing rural-urban migration in search of economic opportunities and a better quality of life in the region has resulted in a surge in derived demand for urban mobility, and it has meant that transport policymakers need solutions that address the increasing demand for mobility in urban areas while simultaneously reducing the carbon footprint of the transport sector, which can be done through accelerating low-carbon mobility. In order to enhance the overall sustainability of urban mobility and monitor progress, integrated urban transport development will be a prerequisite. There is a need to develop and implement plans that integrate urban development and public transport. And the use of ESCAP developed Sustainable Urban Transport Index, or SUTI, can support countries and cities in overall mobility planning, allocating resources to improve weak performance against indicators and monitoring improvements. In the area of electric mobility, While transport demand is on the rise, in particularly in developing countries, and policymakers are increasingly seeking to reduce the carbon footprint of transport while ensuring sustainable mobility for all. The deployment of electric vehicles is introduced as a solution to meet mobility needs while reducing transport sector emissions. With a rapid uptake of electric vehicles, would be required to reduce vehicle emissions at the scale needed to meet climate goals. Currently, electric vehicles represent a very small share of the global vehicle fleet. The accelerated deployment of electric vehicles could also lead to improvement in air quality, particularly in urban areas, and provide other co-benefits, such as reduction of noise pollution and improved health and well-being of the urban residents. Initiatives on urban mobility and energy efficiency in transport in the region can provide huge opportunity for countries to advance toward a low-carbon community. Furthermore, in terms of active mobility and non-motorized transport, the automobile-oriented expansion has been sort of like taken as a lead in terms of the development. However, the utilization of active mobility and non-motorized transport is the most environmentally friendly mode of transport, and at the same time, it could also address the issues such as poverty alleviation. Last but not least at all is on leveraging from advanced technology. Smart transport application and wider deployment of sustainable transport in the region has been recognized and has become the increasing trend of the region. The usage of big data for transport planning and operation and management as well can be utilized in order to accelerate low carbon transport action in Asia and the Pacific. Next, please. Issue up for consideration under this agenda item is that the Ministerial Conference may wish to consider the policy actions, directions, and activities described in the present document in light of the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022 to 2026, notably its thematic area of urban transport, low carbon mobility, and digitalization of transport, and share update and select highlights with regard to national, bilateral, and multilateral policies and initiatives related to environmentally sustainable transport system and services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rasamit, for this introduction. Now invite comments on agenda item 3B. So, referring to our speaker list, the first speaker is delegation from Maldives, Mr. Hamad Abdul Ghani, Deputy Minister, to be followed by the delegation from China. Distinguished delegation from Maldives, you have the floor, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Maldivian delegation, I wish to express my sincere appreciation for the substantial report issued for consideration under this agenda item. Maldives is committed to ensuring that sustainable transport is widely achieved throughout the nation. As such, we have numerous policies in place and in effect to ensure that the infrastructure projects and plans related to transportation systems in Maldives are driven using environmentally sustainable methods. We plan to implement a zero-emission intercity public transport system using EV vehicles, and our goal is to reach net zero by 2030, keeping in line with the pledge of decarbonization, ensuring that our responsibility to the global crisis is fulfilled. If you take a look at the aviation sector, the Maldives has now started our journey to implement the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme in international aviation CORSIA. This would enable us to monitor and compensate for the emissions that each country is liable to and account for the negative effects of emissions globally. The connectivity of transport, infrastructure, resources, and technology is crucial. Currently, infrastructural changes and transportation links are established under a spatial planning initiative. Links are established under a spatial planning initiative that identifies growth centers to ensure a wholesome solution that would cater to the daily needs of the community to enhance their standard of living. The Maldives, in conjunction with the JEF Fund, is also working on a transport master plan for the years to come, ensuring that we build on environmentally sustainable choices by accounting for infrastructure, energy, and investment that we can sustain and has minimal effects on the environment. On reflection, infrastructure development is essential if we are to meet the food, water, and energy needs of the growing global population. Maldives is committed to working closely with our regional partners and different stakeholders to get back to a developmental trajectory. A sustainable transport will enable the implementation of nearly all SDGs and attain them through interlinkage impacts. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much to our delegation from Maldives for your statement. And our next speaker is delegation from China. Please, distinguished delegation from China, you have the floor. Excuse me, your microphone is muted. Still muted.
Now,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome.
谢谢主席先生。低碳交通运输与多个可持续发展目标息息相关。近年来，亚太地区经济持续增长，城市化快速发展，货运和客运需求持续上升，导致交通领域能源需求上升，碳排放量增加。中国积极落实减排承诺，努力构建可持续交通运输系统。近期，中国政府编制完成交通运输等领域碳达峰、碳中和实施方案，将交通运输绿色低碳列入碳达峰10大行动计划。中国正积极扩大新能源与清洁能源在交通领域的应用，完善绿色交通基础设施建设，提倡绿色出行。目前，中国新能源汽车保有量占全球半数以上，各类充电基础设施数量同比增长50.4%。到2025年，城市交通新能源汽车占比计划达到72%。女士们、先生们，气候变化给亚太经济社会发展带来严峻挑战。各国已作出减排承诺，需采取实际行动，减少交通领域碳排放。中方愿与亚太各方共同努力，加快形成绿色低碳交通运输方式，加强绿色交通基础设施建设，推广新能源、智能化、数字化、轻量化交通装备，鼓励引导绿色出行、公共出行，建设可持续的区域交通运输体系，更好推进疫后复苏与可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you very much to our distinguished delegation from China for your statement. And our next speaker is from Russia Federation. Distinguished delegation from Russia Federation, please, you have the floor.
Спасибо за предоставленное слово. Хотела бы сказать несколько слов. Внедрение на транспорте современных информационных технологий, расширение использования более экономичных и экологичных транспортных средств, альтернативных видов топлива и источников энергии позволит существенно снизить воздействие транспортных систем на состояние окружающей среды и климат планеты. Большую роль здесь играют также и вопросы правильного планирования транспортных систем, взаимоувязка транспортного и градостроительного планирования, совершенствование в планировании и организации перевозок, развитие мультимодальных транспортных систем. В совокупности перечисленные решения позволяют кардинально повысить экологическую безопасность транспорта. В Российской Федерации за последнее время принят целый ряд решений, направленных в том числе и на снижение выбросов от транспорта и повышение его энергоэффективности за счет переключения перевозок с автомобильного на более экологичные виды транспорта. Качественный общественный транспорт является реальной альтернативой массовому использованию личных автомобилей. Его бесперебойная и безопасная работа способна обеспечить изменение предпочтений автомобилистов в сторону сокращения использования личного транспорта. К приоритетным задачам низкоуглеродного развития транспортной отрасли Российской Федерации относятся следующие. Обновление парка автотранспортных средств, повышение их топливной экономичности, формирование государственной системы контроля экологических характеристик транспортных средств и качества реализуемых моторных топлив. Разработка мер по расширению использования альтернативных видов топлива и источников энергии на транспорте. Обеспечение учета экологических критериев при принятии решений по развитию транспортных систем. Реализация указанных мер будет способствовать переходу Российской Федерации к устойчивому низкоуглеродному развитию транспортной отрасли, что позволит сократить выбросы парниковых газов от транспортных средств, обеспечить достижение цели ограничения выбросов парниковых газов и повысить энергоэффективность транспортного комплекса. Хочу также отметить, что Российская Федерация приветствует международный диалог по вопросам развития устойчивого городского транспорта, и мы хотели бы отметить итоги состоявшегося в сентябре регионального совещания на тему «Город и транспорт. Безопасность, эффективность, устойчивость». Спасибо за возможность выступить. И сейчас коллеги из Министерства иностранных дел Российской Федерации хотели бы дополнить мое выступление. Спасибо.
The speaker from Ministry of Foreign from Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor, please.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Вы знаете, мы подумали, что было бы хорошо поделиться некоторыми соображениями, которые приходят в голову непосредственно по ходу нашей дискуссии. Это не заготовленное выступление. Это короткий комментарий на ходу, скажем так. Мы сейчас обсуждаем очень важную тему. Эта тема будет определять сотрудничество в области транспорта и в области окружающей среды на достаточно длительную перспективу. И вы поймете, что я сейчас хочу сказать. Очень простую вещь. Для начала я скажу, что мы внимательно послушали презентацию секретариата того информационно-аналитического документа, который был подготовлен секретариатом. Он действительно хороший документ. Но мы хотели бы обратить внимание, как звучит наша повестка дня и какие акценты были сделаны в том в той презентации, которая сейчас прозвучала. Вещь очень простая. Мы с вами должны говорить о движении в сторону развития экологически дружественного транспорта. Мы не должны стать заложниками узких сиюсекундных подходов недостаточно и неправильно говорить только об электрическом транспорте. Вот это обратило на себя наше внимание. Конкретная формулировка – переход к электрической мобильности. Переход должен быть к экологически дружественной мобильности. Обратите внимание, что только что сказали наши коллеги из делегации Китая. Они говорили о новых и чистых источниках энергии. Они не говорили конкретно об одном узком составляющем, об электрической мобильности. Если мы с вами будем думать вот такими узкими понятиями, мы не сможем решить ни проблему транспортную, ни проблему экологическую, ни в частности проблему глобального изменения климата. Мы однажды уже не так давно в наших дискуссиях здесь, в ESCAP, обсуждали о политике в области транспорта. Например, звучали предложения Sustainable transport systems, including policies and strategies on low carbon transport and transition to electric mobility. Неправильно. Policies and strategies on sustainable, efficient, environmentally friendly transport and transport systems. Вот по нашему убеждению, что правильно. Это комплексная формула. Кроме электрической составляющей, имеются другие важные источники, будущие источники, инновационные, те, что наука может нам предложить. Например, водородная энергетика. Есть проверенные источники, действующие уже сейчас, которые дают выбросы, но не такие большие. Я говорю о транспорте на сжиженном газе. К чему мы все это говорим? Почему мы это подчеркиваем? Мы, как организация, должны давать вектор и задавать направление движения по всему комплексу вопросов и обеспечивать системный подход, ориентированный в будущее, а не сфокусированный на каких-то отдельных составляющих, какими бы дорогими они ни были, например, каким-то отдельным группам стран или отдельным производителям. Это очень чувствительная тема. Вот этим мы хотели с вами поделиться. Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you, our delegation from Russia, for your comments and for your statement. And I would like to ask, would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time? So I see non-delegations. I would like to announce the next speaker is from UNCTAD, Mr. Jan Hoffman. Please, you have the floor.
A wonderful good morning from Geneva. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, allow me to focus my intervention on 3 key points. First, hard data from our latest report, the review of maritime transport. Second, key policy areas for action. And third, perspectives for future collaboration between UNCTAD and ESCAP. First, let me start with some key data. In 2020, Asia and the Pacific together accounted for more than 2/3, 66.7% of the world's shipping import volumes. 97% of shipbuilding and 99%, or exactly 98.7% of ship recycling takes place in Asia. And most seafarers are from Asia and the Pacific. The crew change crisis that resulted from the pandemic has left hundreds of thousands of seafarers from Asia and the Pacific stranded at sea long beyond their contract times. The top 5 most connected economies, according to the UNCTAD Liner Shipping Connectivity Index, the LSCI, are in Asia. Pacific Islands, on the other hand, have been confronted with a vicious cycle as regards their maritime connectivity. Being faced with high shipping distances, a geographical position mostly away from the main shipping routes, small volumes and strong cargo imbalances, the SIDS in Asia and the Pacific are not served by frequent and reliable liner shipping services. Second, in view of these insights about Asia and the Pacific, allow me to highlight 3 policy action areas that are particularly applicable for the region. First, digitalization and trade facilitation. In times of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen a surge in demand for a wide range of UNCTAD programs. These include customs automations in Asikuda, single windows, and trade information portals. Second, the most important challenge for maritime transport in the next decades is the decarbonization of shipping. UNCTAD's assessment has shown that least developed countries and SIDS will require support during this transition. Third, markets. The maritime industry is undergoing a process of concentration, of horizontal and vertical integration. It will be important to ensure a competitive environment where importers and exporters will continue to have access to competitive port and shipping services. Last, Mr. Chair, in view of the importance of maritime transport for Asia and the Pacific, and also the importance of the region for the global maritime business, we are very pleased to be joining forces with ESCAP in a range of recent and upcoming activities. We have ongoing technical cooperation projects on maritime connectivity, sustainable freight transport and trade connectivity in times of COVID-19 together with ESCAP. In this regards research, collaboration includes the Asia-Pacific Trade Investment Report and the Changing Sail study on SIDS connectivity. Mr. Chair, UNCTAD looks forward to the further deliberations in this conference and commits to supporting the concrete actions emanating from it. Thank you.
Thank you to our delegation from UNCTAD. Our next speaker is from AITD, Mr. Bien Puri. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. We compliment the Secretariat for thoughtfully bringing out the significance of enhancing the sustainability of transport and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and highlighting the need for optimal integration of modes of transport through efficient intermodal interfaces. The central issue in transport policy and planning is to determine optimal intermodal mix in the context of dynamic growth of the economy. This necessitates integration of economic, social, and environmental imperatives into development of transport network and promoting rational modal mix. We reckon the first step in this direction is to undertake empirical studies of working out social costs and traffic flows of different modes of transport. Past studies have largely addressed financial and economic cost, only ignoring the cost of externalities. The next step, in our view, is the adoption of efficient pricing and charges with the aim of promoting sustainability. Chairman, the Institute has been seriously engaged with both the systematic approaches. It has carried out a comparative study of rail and road modes. And in the area of pricing, the Institute, along with ESCAP, had carried out a study of sustainable transport pricing and charges. The joint publication is available both in hard and soft forms. We wish to submit in the calculus of evaluating modal choices, use of land by different modes also needs to be built in. This aspect has assumed great importance for countries with large population and relatively limited land endowments. For instance, rail require much less land than the road transport. Waterways have still a greater advantage. I am glad to inform that the Institute has set up a Center for Green Transport to accelerate research and capacity building programs to promote environmentally sustainable transport system. The Institute would be pleased to share its knowledge base in furtherance of measures that would promote sustainability in all its manifestations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to our delegation from AITD for your statement. Our next speaker is from UNECE, Mr. Georgidis. You have the floor, please.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity granted to UNECE to deliver this presentation in this very important meeting, and this is also extremely important agenda item. I noticed with a lot of attention and the very encouraging positions by ESCAP member states on the importance of the transition towards environmentally sustainable transport systems and services. To achieve this transition efficiently, what is needed, one of the core elements, in addition to the political will, which is already stated, is an adequately developed international regulatory framework. This is an area of work which is core to our activities, and with your permission, I will say a few words in this regard. The Inland Transport Committee of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe was founded in 1947, so its 84th session, which will take place on 2022 to 2025, February 2022, will mark its 75th anniversary. In the last 75 years, the committee and its subsidiary bodies, 20 working parties in total, and several other intergovernmental platforms, have provided an intergovernmental forum for member states to forge tools for economic cooperation and negotiate and adopt international legal instruments on inland transport. Of the 193 United Nations member states, 151 are contracting parties to at least one of the 59 legal instruments on inland transport under the purview of the committee. These legal instruments are considered indispensable for developing efficient, harmonized, and integrated, safe and sustainable inland transport systems. The development of environmentally sustainable transport systems and services is considered a horizontal, cross-cutting priority in the Inland Transport Committee strategy until 2030. The committee and its relevant working parties and the Secretariat, of course, supporting them, have been working to contribute towards its achievement. And for the remainder of my presentation, I will say a few words about concrete things we're doing. At the level of the Inland Transport Committee, of course, we have the committee's high-level policy, regulatory, and institutional support towards this end. At the level of the working parties, we have a lot of activities which are core. For example, assessment of impact on transport and adaptation measures by the Working Party on Road Transport, the Working Party on the standardization of technical and safety requirements in inland navigation, and the Working Party on transport rates and economics. We are developing the regulatory framework for development of safe electric and hydrogen vehicles by the Working Party on the transport of dangerous goods and the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations. We are developing the regulatory framework for improving environmental performance and measuring of CO2 emissions from road vehicles by the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations. The development also of the regulatory framework for the use of new technologies to ensure minimum degradation from batteries, which is also done by the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations. The development of the regulatory framework for improving engine efficiency and reducing emissions by the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations. Intermodal system and modal shift from road to more environmentally sound modes by the Working Party on Rail Transport and the Working Party on Intermodal Transport and Logistics, WP24. The promotion and facilitation of green transport and mobility by WP5 and the Transport, Health and Environment Pan-European Program, acronym is the PEP. Several studies and publications, Mr. Chairman, by the Working Party on Transport Trends, Economics, and the PEP in these areas. Capacity building by several working parties of ITC, and of course, development of tools such as the For Future Inland Transport Systems model, a predictive model for CO2 emissions, the Intelligent Transport System Roadmap, and the PEP Handbook on Sustainable Urban Mobility and Spatial Planning. With that, I conclude, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for your time. We're looking forward to our continued cooperation with our colleagues in ESCAP and all applicable frameworks within our regulatory work with member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you to delegation from UNECE for your statements and comments. Would any other delegations, country delegations, like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time? I see non-delegates. Distinguished delegates, we have exhausted our time allowed for this item. Thank you for your interventions. Summary of the deliberation on this item will be included in the chair's summary. As a general conclusion on this agenda item, the conference acknowledged that the increase in the intensity of transport activities, especially road transport, continues to position the transport sector as a leading emitter of greenhouse gases and pollution, and as a major consumer of the fossil fuels, that major efforts are needed to decarbonize transport and strengthen its role in environmental sustainability. This concludes in our discussion on this agenda item. Distinguished delegates, the conference will now consider Agenda Item 3, Major Issues in Transport, Sub-Item C, Towards Safe and Inclusive Transport and Mobility, for which document is ESCAP/MCT/2021/4 is before you. To begin our discussion, I invite the Secretariat to introduce the agenda item. So please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, it is my pleasure to make this presentation on item 3C, towards safe and inclusive transport and mobility. Next, please. Enhanced transport connectivity needs to fully incorporate social development imperatives as envisaged in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Road safety and inclusive transport are two major challenges for sustainable transport development in the Asia-Pacific region. Next, please. Global initiatives to improve road safety in our region. Towards improving road safety, several global initiatives have been undertaken. Since 2004, the General Assembly has adopted 9 resolutions related to road safety, and 3 global ministerial declarations were adopted by the global community. SDG targets 3.6 and 11.2 of SDG are related to road safety. The UN Road Safety Fund was established in 2018 pursuant to a General Assembly resolution. Through Resolution 74/299 adopted in 2020, the General Assembly proclaimed the period 2021-2030 as the second decade of action for road safety, and set a goal of reducing road fatalities and injuries by at least 50% by the end of the decade. Next, please. Regional initiatives to improve road safety. A new Annex 2B was adopted in December 2017 by the Asian Highway Working Group. However, the new Annex 2B on improving road safety and design standards related to road safety has not entered into force yet. The Secretariat stands ready to help the parties to the agreement towards deposition of acceptance. In 2018, the Commission adopted Resolution 74/3, which emphasizes on knowledge sharing and international cooperation, among others. Under the UN Road Safety Fund, ESCAP has successfully completed a road safety project in the Philippines and currently implementing 2 projects, one in Laopedia, another in the IR of Iran. At a regional meeting on the theme, City and Transport, Safety, Efficiency and Sustainability, held in June 2021, participants adopted the Bangkok Declaration on Sustainable Urban Transport. The ESCAP Secretariat is working with ADB, World Bank, FIA, ITF, and other development partners towards strengthening the Asia Pacific Road Safety Observatory as the established regional road safety observatory, and towards making it a model road safety observatory globally. Next, please. Next, please. Next. 60% of global road crashes occur in our region. And mentionably, 60% of our regional road crashes, fatalities, occur in just 2 countries, 2 member states of ESCAP. Next, please. In the ESCAP region, middle-income countries accounted for 97% of road fatalities in 2016. Next, please. In our region, vulnerable road user safety is a major concern, as about 55% of road fatalities include vulnerable road users, including motorized 2- and 3-wheelers, pedestrians, and cyclists. Next, please. Priority areas and actions. As the global plan of action for the second decade, 2021-2030, was already launched, a regional plan of action addressing the particular needs of the region to be developed and adopted by the member states. The safe system approach, which is a very comprehensive approach, needs to be implemented in the member countries. The participation of member states towards strengthening the approach will be very important. Next, please. Member states need to work on increasing awareness of the application of smart transport technologies and ITS for improvement of road safety. During the second decade of action, it will be important to utilize lessons learned and share knowledge from the first decade. Transport and mobility policies need to emphasize on a massive shift from automobile and motorized 2- and 3-wheeler trips to public transport. Next, please. Social inclusion in transport. Traditionally, transport policies and interventions tend to focus on the economic impact of transport and connectivity, while their social benefits have often been believed to evolve as a byproduct of the economic stimulus. Inaccessibility leads to social exclusion and transport-related deprivations and geographic isolations. These challenges warrant more systematic research and policy attention. Next, please. The transport conditions and mobility behaviors of lower income population and persons with disabilities have very specific patterns. A fundamental link between disability and poverty is limited access to transport or transport services. Transport projects, systems, and services do not equally serve men and women. It is important to consider transport as an employer of women and women in the decision-making process. Moreover, consideration of climate change adaptation can have a significant impact on inclusive transport policies. Next, please. Observations for future actions on inclusive transport. The region needs transport policies, including areas of unrealized economic potential or producing possible positive spillovers for social development. The transport and social development agenda should receive special attention in policies and in their implementation. The draft regional action program will thus help to produce broader and more concrete socioeconomic benefits from transport connectivity by supporting evidence-based decision making. Next, please. Issues for consideration under agenda item 3C. The fourth Ministerial Conference on Transport may wish to consider the thematic areas of road traffic safety and inclusive transport and mobility, and may also wish to share updates and selected highlights. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed, for your presentation and for these introductions. I now invite for comments on agenda item 3B. The first speaker is delegation from Iran, Ms. Nastaran Maruf from the Ministry of Roads and Urban Development, to be followed by the distinguished delegation from China, from Assistant Permanent Representative of China to ESCAP. Distinguished delegates from Iran, please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, sir. Distinguished Mr. Chair, honorable delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. Ministry of Roads and Urban Development has set the road safety program at the highest priority in its mission. In this regard, several programs are running in parallel, but chief among them are releasing the Decade of Action for Road Safety document in line with the UN Program for Road Safety, executing a plan in cooperation with WHO under the title of Speed Management Project, launching the Road Safety and Agency Enhancement in Iran, funded by RSF in the shadow of ESCAP support. My dear colleagues will explain the safety projects in detail at the side event Saving Lives on the Asia-Pacific Roads. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you to our distinguished delegation from Iran for your statement and for your comments. The next, our speaker is distinguished delegation from China. The speaker is Assistant of Permanent Representative of China to ESCAP, Ms. Yun Zhen. Please, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。近年来，亚太各国努力提高交通基础设施、交通系统包容性有所提升，但道路安全仍面临严峻挑战。各国在增强交通系统包容性的同时， 不应忽视道路交通安全风险。中国大力发展应用智能交通系统，减少道路交通事故风险，同时不断完善立法，保护用户隐私与数据安全。中国对酒驾、醉驾采取零容忍、严执法。截至去年年底，全国因酒驾导致死亡人数同比下降了28%。中国在全国推广应用无障碍化客运车辆，3400多辆动车组设置残疾人专座，城市公交车配备了车载屏幕、语音报站系统等。中国加大对贫困地区交通投入，让贫困地区经济民生因路而兴，为贫困地区如期打赢脱贫攻坚战提供了有力支撑。女士们、先生们，中方愿与亚太各方加强经验交流，提供能力建设与技术分享，更好应用智能交通等先进科技，认真落实第2个道路安全行动10年，共同建设安全、包容的交通运输系统。谢谢。
Thank you to our distinguished delegates from China for your comments and for your sharing your statement. The next speaker is our distinguished delegation from Kingdom of Thailand, Mr. Tanadej Asipong from Transport Technical Office. Please, delegation from Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to WHO Global Report on Road Safety in 2018, Thailand placed the 9th highest in the world and the highest in ASEAN. The motorcycle were the leading cause of the road traffic accident, with children and both youth being the most vulnerable group. Realizing our shortcoming, Thailand has been continuously working to improve our road safety situation. In order to tackle the cross-cutting issue, relevant government agencies have joined forces with determination to bring the number of the road fatalities down. Ministry of Transport, as one of the core agencies, has been working to improve both road infrastructure and road user behavior in order to create safe driving environment for all Thai citizens. To improve road user behavior, we have placed highest importance in raising road safety awareness, especially in vulnerable age group. Many campaigns has been launched in elementary schools across country every year to educate children on safe road behavior. Criteria driver license has also been reviewed and improved. More practical aspects such as emergency situation evaluation response are now being incorporated into driver compulsory curriculum. Concurrently, the emphasis to comply with UN regulation on vehicle standard has been underscored. Domestic regulation issued in accordance with UN regulation has been constantly rolled out for implementation. In line with this, vehicle inspection is also being tightened across the country under Department of Transport supervision. We also realize the significance of utilizing technology and evidence-based data in monitoring road user behavior. Both heavy trucks and buses in Thailand are equipped with GPS tracking, from which data is collected and used to monitor driver behavior, such as speed and driving hour. We aim to utilize available data in road crash prevention. Aside from improving road user behavior, safer road infrastructure is one of priority of Ministry of Transport, new initiatives are implemented in order to set proper design standard for future highways and rural roads across Thailand. As cooperation between Department of Land Transport, Department of Highways, and Department of Rural Roads, rubber fender barrier RFB is installed in 94 roads across countries to reduce the impact caused by road crash. National highways are also being improved for safe drive environment by incorporating intelligent transport system and improving traffic signs. Most importantly, this transport realizes the roles of public transport in improving road safety. In our efforts to make society be less reliant on private transport, we also strive to improve accessibility as well as interconnectivity across different modes of public transport. Thailand is committed to continuously improve overall safety situation. According to Thailand Injury Data Cooperation Center, IIDC, our efforts have been reflected in declining road fatality rates in the past 3 years. With new regional action plan, we aim to demonstrate more improvement and make the best use of new initiatives and knowledge share among member states during the decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to our distinguished delegation from Kingdom of Thailand for sharing your comments and your statement. The next speaker is our distinguished delegation from Bangladesh, Mr. Anisur Rahman from Joint Secretary, RTIHD. Please, delegation from Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is great pleasure for me to speak in this agenda item 3C of 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport. The government of Bangladesh is working for development of an efficient, low-cost, sustainable transport system to achieve the growth of Perspective Plan 2021 to 2041 and Vision 2041. Moreover, our 8th five-year plan of Bangladesh sets a strategy to develop an efficient, sustainable, safe, and inclusive transportation system. The well-planned road transport sector has already played a unique role to achieve the government target set for Vision 2021. An efficient transport system impacts on the competitiveness of the economy that influence trade, investment flows, pattern of regional development within a country, and allocation of poverty. Thus, sustainable transport ensures sustainable development. Road safety is becoming a very big challenge day by day in our country. According to police statistics, road accidents in Bangladesh claim on average 3,500 lives and injure another more than 3,000 a year. It could be even more as underreporting is an issue here. In current prices, road accident in Bangladesh is costing at least taka 40,000 crore per annum, which is 2 to 3% of GDP. Nearly 70% of the road fatalities occurred on rural section of the main highway, and over 80% of the fatalities are vulnerable road users, for example, pedestrians, bicyclists, motorcyclists. Recently, growth of motorcycle is very high in our country, and also rate of motorcycle accident is alarming. Young people between 20 to 30 are the most victim of motorcycle accident. Data shows that overspeeding and careless driving is one of the main reasons for overall road accident. Thus, if we can intervene using proper technology, resource with utmost commitment, significant reduction of road accident is possible. We all know that road safety is a global problem. Bangladesh is not an exception. To improve the road situation, government has taken several projects targeting to develop safe and inclusive transport system. Bangladesh is planning to introduce IRAP star rating system to assess the highway network and to take necessary countermeasures to improve the rating. However, there are many challenges we are facing. We need intervention, especially in controls of speed, pedestrian safety, road safety audit process, road safety education, vehicle standard fitness, low quality helmets, etc. Distinguished Chair, Government of Bangladesh is going to develop the current transport system of capital city Dhaka affordable, inclusive and safe and universal access facilities. Construction of 5 metro line and BRT line is in progress to provide modern mass transport facility. Moreover, initiatives have been taken for bus route rationalization and company-based bus operation, which can reduce significantly the accident in the city. Distinguished Chair, Government of Bangladesh has accorded highest priority on road safety issues. However, improvement of road safety is a multidisciplinary task and need continuous intervention from all relevant stakeholders. Many member countries have shown good progress to reduce traffic accidents. In this regard, ESCAP can help us by providing technical support, organizing international seminars, training to government officials, and share the good practices and experience of different member countries. Dear Excellencies, delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, I hope this discussion in this ministerial conference will facilitate to achieve safe, inclusive, and universal accessible resilient transport system in this region. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, our distinguished delegates from Bangladesh for sharing and your statement. Our next speaker is a delegation from Sri Lanka, Mr. Gana Singh from General Director from Planning. Distinguished delegation from Sri Lanka, please have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege to participate in this important and timely conference on sustainable transport. Regional cooperation and system integration is an important and essential part of our development strategy. First of all, we must thank ESCAP, particularly the Transport Division, for convening this conference. Discussions held at the preparatory level meetings greatly helped us to understand the importance of collaboration and cooperation for safe and inclusive transport and mobility, which in turn will have a great impact on overall economic development. Generally, among other factors, the inability of catering to the demand in terms of quality and quantity, keeping the pace with development of other sectors, is a challenge faced by the transport sectors in many countries. Maintaining business as usual scenario will not help us to overcome these challenges. Development policy of our country gives high priority for the transport sector and looking at the sector in the context of national spatial system. There are several projects underway towards that end. Steps have been taken to increase the freight transport by rail through developing required infrastructure and rolling stock. Development of missing links in railways to connect main seaports and establishing dry ports are on the pipeline. Construction of multimodal transport hubs is yet another action undertaken. Initial steps have been taken towards e-mobility through undertaking a feasibility study on developing green and smart urban system in Colombo, our capital city. I must mention with the gratitude that under the technical assistance of ESCAP, National Strategy for Freight Transport was developed. This will address long-standing issues in freight transport in the country. Increasing role of railway transport, improving intermodal freight transport, addressing urban freight transport issues are among the key focuses of this strategy. Further, technical advancement of the sector is a key to improve operational connectivity in the region, which in turn will maximize the potential to harness the emerging opportunities in trade, attracting investment and job creation. Road safety has become a critical issue in our country. Estimated annual road crash deaths per capita is 17.77, and ironically, majority of road crashes involve low-income commuters. Following the global agenda of Sustainable Development Goals, efforts are being taken to scale up the current programs following a data-driven approach. Distinguished participants, nevertheless, the journey towards more efficient, resilient, and sustainable transport network is challenging. We believe that cooperation, knowledge sharing in terms of technological advancement and best practices under the thematic areas of Regional Action Program will help us to step into the next level in the ladder. Wishing all the very best for the deliberations at the conference. Let me conclude my remarks. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our distinguished delegation from Sri Lanka, for your statement and for your comments. Would any other country delegations would like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time, please? So our distinguished delegation from Russian Federation, please have the floor.
Благодарю, господин председатель. Я много времени не отниму. У нас планируется...
Спасибо, господин председатель. Благодарю за предоставленное слово. Согласно пункту повестки дня, хотели бы остановиться на двух аспектах. Первый аспект касается безопасности дорожного движения, второй – инклюзивности транспортных услуг. Российская Федерация уделяет большое внимание вопросу обеспечения безопасности дорожного движения. В рамках реализации национального проекта «Безопасные качественные дороги» реализуется федеральный проект «Безопасность дорожного движения». Цель данного проекта – это снижение смертности от дорожно-транспортных происшествий до 4 человек на 100 тысяч населения к 2024 году. Согласно статистике, 85% дорожно-транспортных происшествий происходит из-за опасных состояний, которые могут вызвать потерю внимания и снижение работоспособности водителей в пути. В этой связи, в соответствии с поручениями президента и правительства Российской Федерации, организована работа по внедрению систем мониторинга функционального состояния водителей транспортных средств совместно с видеомониторингом. Разрабатываются соответствующие государственные стандарты для данного типа устройства, а также предложения по корректировке нормативной базы для использования подобных технических решений на транспортных средствах. Для оповещения водителей в целях предотвращения опасных состояний в системах используется тактильное воздействие, визуальное и звуковая индикации. Для всестороннего анализа эффективности применения данной системы мониторинга, контроля и поддержания состояния работоспособности водителей в пути прошел пилотный проект, подтвердивший успешность и эффективность данных технологий, в том числе на региональном уровне. Работа в контексте обеспечения безопасности дорожного движения Министерством транспорта выполняется совместно и непосредственно при кураторстве Министерства внутренних дел. Наши коллеги также планируют принять участие в мероприятиях, проходящих в рамках совещания министров, в рамках сайд-ивентов наших мероприятий. И поэтому уверены, что они расскажут более подробно о ведущейся работе. Что касается аспекта инклюзивности, то в рамках реализации государственной программы «Доступная среда» при строительстве инфраструктуры учитываются особые потребности уязвимых категорий населения. И здесь предусмотрен максимальный доступ для таких категорий населения к транспортным услугам. Еще в контексте инклюзивности хотели бы остановиться на женской тематике. Задачи по обеспечению всестороннего и реального участия женщин в общественной жизни и в процессе принятия решений не теряют своей актуальности. В Российской Федерации наиболее актуальные проблемы положения женщин решаются в рамках принятых концептуальных документов, среди которых важное место занимает национальная стратегия действий в интересах женщин на период 2017 год-2022 год. Реализация мероприятий стратегии безопасности дорожного движения в Российской Федерации отвечает задачам по направлению создания условий для сохранения здоровья женщин всех возрастов, предоставление равных возможностей трудоустройства и равноценной оплаты труда для мужчин и женщин в организациях транспортного комплекса Российской Федерации содействует реализации задач по направлению улучшения экономического положения женщин, обеспечения роста их благосостояния. В рамках данной задачи также осуществляется деятельность по повышению конкурентоспособности женщин на рынке труда путем предоставления профессионального, среднего и высшего образования в сфере транспорта, а также путем пересмотра и сокращения перечня запрещенных для женщин профессий. С 400 позиций на сегодня осталось только 100. И теперь женщины могут работать водителями большегрузных автомобилей и сельскохозяйственной спецтехники, быть боцманами и шкиперами и матросами на судне, занимать должность машиниста электричек и скоростных поездов, а также выполнять верхолазные работы на высоте свыше 10 метров. Как видите, равный доступ к транспортным услугам – это одна из ключевых и приоритетных задач государственной политики Российской Федерации. И хотела бы передать слово сейчас своим коллегам из Министерства иностранных дел. Спасибо.
Please, our distinguished delegates from Russian Federation, please have the floor.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. С учетом регламента я буду очень краток. У нас сегодня запланирован сайд-ивент, посвященный проблемам дорожной безопасности. Мы еще раз призываем всех участников принять в нем участие. Также я хотел бы привлечь внимание к важному мероприятию в следующем году в Нью-Йорке. Это заседание высокого уровня по безопасности дорожного движения. Российская Федерация, как инициатор этого направления работы ООН и координатор соответствующего межправительственного процесса, призывает все делегации принять участие в данном мероприятии на соответствующем уровне, поскольку оно в том числе будет иметь значение для реализации глобального плана по сокращению смертности и травматизма на дорогах. Благодарим ESCAP за разработку своего регионального плана и намерены дальше продолжать поддерживать комиссию на данном направлении. Благодарю вас.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our distinguished delegations from Russian Federation for their comments and for your statements. And our next speaker is our distinguished delegation from India, Mr. Anil Singh. Please, delegation from India, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken note of the background documents prepared by the Secretariat. Road safety is an issue of concern, considering its magnitude and gravity and the negative impact that it bears on the economy and public health, particularly in countries with low incomes. India has taken a number of steps to address the concerns of road safety, including promoting awareness, establishing road safety information database, encouraging safer road infrastructure, including application of intelligent transport, enforcement of safety laws, and related measures. The issue of road safety has direct and important link not only to public health but also to economic and social development as reflected in 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDGs number 3 and 11. India attaches great importance to addressing the problem of road safety and to reducing the adverse consequences of traffic accidents. India's economic growth lies India's economic growth lies in part upon the rapid expansion of our infrastructure, including roads. Therefore, we are acutely conscious of the imperative to address road safety and reduce the adverse consequences of traffic accidents. The Government of India is actively engaged in efforts to enhance road safety through a multifaceted approach. The the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways of the Government of India is the nodal body entrusted with responsibility for formulating policies and road safety. Various initiatives being implemented includes grants in aid to NGOs for organizing road safety programs and creating awareness, a National Highway Accident Relief Service Scheme, refresher training for heavy vehicle drivers, and setting up of model driving training schools. Awards have also been instituted at various levels to recognize important contributions made to road safety. Mr. Chair, India is restructuring and strengthening four E's of road safety. They are engineering, enforcement, education, and emergency care services. This includes better and safer road engineering, more effective legislation, improved vehicular safety standards, training of drivers, improved trauma care, and generating public awareness. It is also mandatory to carry out road safety audit for all road projects. The enactment of the Motor Vehicles Amendment Act of 2019 has been an important step towards improvement of total road safety ecosystem. The law includes high penalties for traffic violations, digitalization of documents, vehicle safety standards, sustainable public transport, insurances-based reforms, and use of information technology-based enforcement system. The Government of India issued detailed guidelines to protect a bystander who provides assistance to road accident victims, also referred to as Good Samaritan. Recognizing the important role played by the civil society in improving road safety, particularly through awareness programs, the government works closely with relevant civil society organizations and provides support to them. Mr. Chair, we strongly support the efforts to increase cooperation at the national, regional, and global levels for achieving the objectives of road safety. India has committed to reduce 50% accident deaths by 2030 at the third Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety held in Stockholm in February 2020. We firmly believe that international cooperation is imperative in assisting developing countries to effectively address issues of road safety. Availability of adequate financial resources, technical assistance, capacity building, sharing of best practices, and advocacy are crucial in this regard. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our distinguished delegate from India, for your statement. Distinguished delegates, we have exhausted our time allowed for this item today. Thank you for your interventions, and we will continue this item tomorrow morning. I now invite the Secretariat to make some housekeeping announcements. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, the Secretariat would like to thank you for your active participation today. We would like to remind you the side event on saving lives on the Asia-Pacific roads will start at 16:15 to 17:45 hours today. The Zoom link to join this event is now shared in the chat box. For tomorrow's session, the meeting will start at 10 hours Bangkok time and will adjourn at 12 hours Bangkok time. We will take up agenda item 3C and the rest of agenda items tomorrow. Kindly note, the link to access the meeting through Kudo tomorrow will be the same as today. Delegates who join via Kudo are welcome to join 30 minutes before the session starts for connection testing. In addition, before we adjourn for the day, I would like to invite the attention of the conference to a short video about the work of ESCAP on sustainable transport.
Asia and the Pacific has achieved remarkable economic progress, which has brought along increased mobility for the region's people. But there are drawbacks to this rapid progress, including increased greenhouse gas emissions, air pollution, traffic congestion, and road accidents. If Asia and the Pacific is to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, we must transform the transport sector into an economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable system. The United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific is committed to helping member states achieve exactly this goal by creating a transport system that serves the people and planet for prosperity. Low-carbon transport and smart transport solutions. The transport sector is one of the leading contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and a major consumer of fossil fuels. We must find a way to balance the demands of freight and mobility while also reducing the sector's significant carbon footprint. Potential solutions include transitioning to clean and energy-efficient technology and electric mobility, adopting smart transport systems, decarbonizing regional transport networks, and encouraging sustainable transport alternatives. We also need to ensure that transport systems meet other sustainable development objectives, such as gender equality, inclusivity, accessibility, and safety. Urban transport. It is estimated that by 2050, 68% of the world's population will live in urban areas, and much of that growth will take place in Asia and the Pacific. The region has undergone rapid urbanization in the recent decades. An estimated 2.3 billion people now live in cities. But this has brought unprecedented challenges. In order to create a low-carbon urban environment, cities and countries need to develop integrated urban and transport plans to encourage a green and healthy urban transport environment. countries and cities can utilize the ESCAP Sustainable Urban Transport Index, SUTI, to assess the existing state of urban mobility and use the result to enhance overall sustainability of urban mobility. Safe and inclusive transport. In our region, one person dies in a road crash every 38 seconds. 60% of global road crash fatalities occur in the Asia-Pacific region, and the number keeps increasing. Pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists are the most vulnerable and make up more than half of all road deaths. To reduce this shocking outcome, holistic strategies and actions need to be taken. ESCAP supports its member states to progress toward this goal by supporting the second decade of action for road safety 2021 to 2030, with the objective of cutting by half the number of road traffic deaths and injuries by 2030. A related global plan of action was launched on 28 October 2021, and this serves as a basis for ESCAP's Asia-Pacific Regional Plan of Action to help achieve this goal. As the Asia-Pacific region grows, we need to create a sustainable, inclusive, and safe transport system so that all people and goods can move about safely, affordably, and seamlessly.
So have a good afternoon and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Ren. We now adjourn for the day, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.